You'll get areas that it'll wash in. Now, this just washed in last night. You can tell because it doesn't smell. It literally is fresh. But if you came out here a week from now, this wouldn't be here. The tide will come in. You can see the water hit a certain level and brought all this in, and it'll go away. But one thing that's very apparent right now is with all the challenges that people are having right now, pizza is a very good barometer of what's happening in the economy.
All right, get to your point. Pizza. I got it.
Companies like Domino's and Papa John's, they absolutely killed it during the pandemic.
All right.
2020, 2021 was their best years ever.
You made that point.
40% growth in those locations. They could raise prices, people would pay it.
So what's your
They were
point?
just making money hand over
You
fist.
just get to your point.
And even Pizza Hut saw an increase in their profits, but they did something where they had a $10 value meal.
All right, I'm starting to get bored.
You could order certain, 2 little mini pizzas, little mini pizza and wings, things like that, and they were $10. But now the problem is that, like everything else, there's every single aspect of the pizza company has gone up in price.
I gave you your chance. Good morning, everybody. Julie has 28.4. All right, I was going to ask for an update. Let me start a new page. Turn the page. See, I'm going to start a new page. I'm going to write Julie. Julie Kim 28.4. So since people are taking people are taking time to come on, I guess I was going to show something, but now I see the point from David about good news on fingers. So let me go find out what it was or what it is. I didn't see it, David, and it's not that I was trying to not talk about it. I just didn't see it. So let's see what it says about finger. All right, done. I'm in love for the first time, and I know it's gonna last. It's a love that'll last forever, a love without a past. Entered into collaboration with Zhejiang Automotive. Wow. This is the kind of thing I was hoping. There you go. That's exactly what they needed to do. That's exactly what they needed to do. Haven't we been calling for that for a long time? It's perfect. Two companies will jointly develop and market a new line of emergency response vehicles, including communication and command and rescue units. This collaboration will establish a fully integrated deep market service model designed to deliver cutting-edge solutions for public safety and enterprise customers. Awesome. This is awesome. Co-develop the next generation emergency response vehicles sales. Zhejiang Technology and Xinjiang Automotive will combine their marketing and sales. Great. Customer support. Pooling organizational resources. Standardize. This strategic alliance aligns with Juji's Technology's long-term growth strategy to strengthen its market position in the emergency response sector. Leverages the combined technological expertise. That's great. There's one problem. All right, this company is a subsidiary of Zhejiang Jinnong Group Co. Operates under Zhejiang Xinhao Group, top 500 enterprise of China, with capital of 1 billion RMB. That's great. I think that's exactly what they needed to do. It's one question left unaddressed. One question unaddressed. Who's putting up the money? But with a company like that in joint venture, access to capital shouldn't be a problem for this effort. So it's great news. It's good news for Finger Motion. Account settings is going to be 75,000. Well, you might not get that 32 cents, but let me write it down. But I'm not telling you what to do. Do what you want to do. Let me look at the price. Let me just finish on Finger Motion. I think that's fantastic for Finger Motion. That's about as good news as you could have wanted from Finger Motion. It's great strategically. It sets them up for growth and income, and you're using the expertise of an automotive company to build out that contract. I think it's fantastic news. But you're learning a lesson, David. The old saw on Wall Street, it gets so boring that everybody says it. Buy the rumor, sell the news. And that's what's going on. And as you know, in the background, what's going on in these orphaned markets is that the selling just never stops. It just never stops. I don't know if this is a real-time quote, but let's see. So you're trying to buy on the bid. Well, all right. No, you're trying to buy under the bid? Account settings, I think you're crazy. But do what you want to do. I would pay 34 cents right now. The ask is 34.40. I'd put it in at 34.40. They'll execute you at 34 cents probably. You're crazy. But anyway, do what you want to do. So in other words, you want to buy it at 2 cents, and right now you'd probably have to, the ask is 34.40. So let's figure out what that is. 34.40 minus 0.32. So it's basically 2.5 cents, 2.024. And as soon as I tell this to you, if you're me, I would go buy it and then it'll be down at 4 o'clock. So you might end up being correct, but I don't think you are going to be. You're playing with fire is all I'm saying. So anyway, I don't know. Your last, I don't know where I wrote it down. So I don't know how much you did have. All right, so you're trying to buy 50,000 shares, I think, roughly. So you're going to save $1,200. I guess that's significant, but account settings, let me just show you. I'm going to lose some of these. Messages. Chestnut now has 30,000. Utah Chestnut has 30,000. I'm going to make a bold statement, guys. I'm going to make a bold statement. Of course, I don't know your setup. I don't know your losses. I don't know your account. I don't know. But if you're willing to buy Railtown, in enough, of course, you got to do it in enough size for your own personal situation. Let me give you my Jennifer disclosure. This is not financial advice. This is strategy, bull session. It's opinion. And man, do I get in trouble for my opinions. There's some facts. I think some of it is educational. But hey, I'm an old white straight guy, so I'm certainly wrong on everything. It's time, it's time to change the world. Time to bring in 40 million people from all around the world without vetting, without checking their health, without checking whether they speak English, without checking whether they're committed to a basic concept of North American community. Just bring them in. Hey, vote for Biden because Trump grabs them by the unmentionable parts. So now we're having riots in California, and the women who voted for Biden are going to want men, toxic men, younger than I am, but straight and maybe white, to come make sure everything's safe. Because they can't, when they're pulling that lever, understand that there were women that were attracted to Donald Trump. Tall, maybe handsome, I don't know. Billionaire, and more important, cameras. So when at all the parties, of course. But just because of the anger of a misunderstood locker room talk, women voted in droves for Joe Biden. And now look what we have. All right, that's one of my opinions. So anyway, all of this is opinion. It's not financial advice. And so that's the thing I want to get across. My Jennifer disclosure is I have no relationship with Railtown. I can't even get a hold of the guys. So I have no consulting contract. I do own shares in my puny way. So I will benefit, I hope, when the stock price goes up. But I'm not here to pump and dump it. I'm not here to get you to buy it so I can sell my shares. Not at all. In fact, I don't think what we do with Railtown means one whit at all. I really don't. Right now, it probably does a little bit, but over the coming weeks, I don't think will matter at all. So there'll come a time, if I choose to sell, that it won't matter, in my opinion. Now, let me make my bold. So that was my disclosures. I seek the safe harbor of every sentence, every paragraph you've ever read in any disclosure statement. I just don't know how to write them, and I'm not a lawyer. But at bottom line, if you buy it, you bought it. If you sell it, you sold it. And if you need advice of a professional, it ain't me, babe. Go call a professional who has a fiduciary responsibility to give you the best advice. Otherwise, you can sue her or he. I had this great client, Chinese, and she has her account at Morgan Stanley, or did, and her broker's last name was he, Chinese. And but she'd always talk like, now you call he and you get he on the phone. But then when she brought in the name of he, it got very confusing to me because I didn't know if she's talking about the broker he or just some other he. It all got confusing. So anyway, let me make my bold statement on Railtown. I'm going to make two statements on Railtown. One, if you buy Railtown, if you own Railtown, it's going to get really confusing what to do when it goes up. The bear of it is when Railtown goes up, in my opinion, I'm not guaranteeing anything. When Railtown goes up and you study it, I'm not sure you're going to want to sell it. So that's going to be frustrating about Rail is Rail's story has the potential to be so massive and so powerful because of the confluence of Wall Street capital and awareness and the AI revolution, as this guy Altucher or whatever his name is calls it, AI 2.0. And Altucher says in his marketing that AI, people, you and I, me, I'll just talk about me. You figure AI is over with. We've heard it all. It's just another fad. It's another what's that thing that you could buy land in NFT? It's just another NFT or buying property in the Google real estate made up fantasy land. Sorry. And you just figure it's another fad. Well, he said that it hasn't even started. He said that AI is not even 0.1% in the start out of the starting gate. AI is going to change everything. So anyway, one statement I'll make to you about Railtown is if you buy it, if you own it, and for me, now's the time to do it because you can pay 35 cents. I think if you wait, I don't know, sometime in June, it might be $2. And sometime in July, $3.50, $5. And there's always a chance it goes higher. But that's the dilemma. What if Railtown goes to $7, $8, or $9? Do you sell? Hey, that's a great trade. I made so much money. Or do you process the information, which I assume by then we would have, to make some analysis? I don't have it now. That might just be that's the new starting point. So as I've told you, my goal, my repricing target, maybe I'll talk about that a little bit, why I'm comfortable with that. Sort of the quantum leap to a new price level, which, in other words, my thesis on Railtown at 35 cents, it's mispriced. It's not the right price. That's my thesis. Right now, that is not the right price. I think the right price is anybody's guess, but and I've shown you how I came to it, my rather, I think, conservative and achievable target is $3.50. Will it go there in a straight line? No. Could. For our purposes, it'll be essentially overnight. But it could take weeks, I don't know. But looking at the chart, which I looked before I came on, I think this pullback that it ran up, it broke through the 200-day moving average pullback, came below it, broke up again just now, and then has just pulled back to test the 20-day and the 50-day, to my memory, moving averages. I think it's going to run back up. But I think the 40-cent, 41, 42-cent range is the first resistance. I don't think it's going to have any problem breaking through there. And then the high is, I think, around 62 cents. Let me see if it says here on Yahoo. Yeah, 62 cents. That becomes resistance, but I think when it breaks through there, the round number is $1. But I would be willing to guess that once it breaks 62 cents, it'll double, go to $1.20, $1.25. And then where does it go from there? The next round number, $2. That's the next round number. Where does it go from there? I mean, you can probably figure out where I'm going to tell you, 253, and then my calculation for me, where the stock should be repriced, it's 350. So right now, it's just not priced correctly. And you say to yourself, how can that be? How can it be? They told me on Wall Street, and the guys that come on here, they tell us all the time, and things can't go up that quickly. Well, the reason a stock can be down is everyone's distracted. They're chasing other stocks that are going to squeeze. Everyone's other things that can happen is people have been burned and they don't want to trade. That's possible. People haven't heard of this. They haven't heard of it. That's another possibility. They're doing their best with a lot of news, but who's truly following the company? Who? There's no research. There's, any stock under a certain price level. I don't know what the rule is in Canada, but down here, I think it's basically $5, sometimes $7. No institutional buying, no research, all those kind of things. But what's offsetting that is, and I don't use X very much anymore, but I reposted a video from the analyst at Morgan Stanley, from my friend of mine from my old office, although I think he's now moved down to where the wealth is in Miami. But anyway, he sent me that and I put it on. It's, there's nothing secret about it. But what it shows to me is that Wall Street is starting to educate their wealth advisors about AI. What does that mean to me? I think you're going to start seeing a cycle of promotion coming out of Wall Street for ETFs, for mutual funds, for IPOs, for acquisitions, for everything in AI. They're gearing up, I think, for a long run in attracting assets to be put in AI companies. So that's why I put it up there. So my opinion is Railtown, nobody knows the story. They don't understand it. I'm not sure you do, and I don't blame you. It takes me a while. It's not my comfort level. But essentially, you have an R&D company who spent $10 million in 5 years developing a fantastic product that everybody wants. Everybody wants it. And it's proprietary. It's first to market, and it's closed AI, closed. It's not open AI. So to participate, you got to pay. So, and the AI market is exploding upward. We see it everywhere. And so anyway, that was my first theory. a why to buy Railtown, because it was going to go from an R&D company to a powerful revenue company with growth. And it would make a natural acquisition for a company like Microsoft or NVIDIA, or they have a whole list of people they're partnered with, including Microsoft and NVIDIA. But then along came Mary, along came AI partnership, the AI partnership network. And they joined it in December, and then they bought it in February. But they bought it with a headline like, you have to tell the world, you have to tell the shorts, you have to tell the criminals. We have entered a memorandum of understanding. What does that mean to the shorts, the computers that read these things voraciously, ironically using AI, maybe rudimentary, but they use AI for the computers to read all the headlines? Well, MOU means you're going to need capital. It also means the deal's not done. It means two things. So the criminals start selling it down because they know, and the press release said Canaccord, they know when Canaccord comes to market for money, if they've sold the stock price down, they can just give the money they sold out of nowhere to Canaccord. Canaccord will go to the criminal, get the money, and boom, you got a deal. That's how they always do it. Not this time, boy. Not this time. These are very savvy principals at Railtown. They've been through it before. They're not going to raise money that way. They simply are not going to raise money that way. So the shorts think they're being clever. They think they're so hot, but they're not on that issue. The second thing the shorts do is drive the price down to bust the merger, to bust the trade. In other words, in this case, the headline says memorandum of understanding to acquire AI partners. And maybe there's an agreement already in place. This is how the shorts think, that Railtown is going to give, I'm totally making it up, 50 million shares. Well, if they can drive the price down, the agreement can look like a bad deal to the CEO or the prime movers of the acquired company. And they said, wait a minute, you're going to give us how many shares? And you say that's 50 million shares, and when we entered into this agreement, that was worth 40 Canadian, 41 cents a share. But now it's at 15 cents. No, hell no way, we're not doing that. Well, what does that do for the criminals? Well, they're the ones shorting it out of thin air. And all of a sudden, this great deal, if it is great, busts. So the stock, which was high because of the deal, all of a sudden everyone's disappointed, everyone sells, and the criminal shorts have a chance to cover at a huge profit by a crisis they created illegally. Guess what? That's not going to happen here either. So those two stratagems of the shorts are going to fail in this stock. They're going to fail. But it's what you're seeing. You're seeing the stock under a little bit of pressure. It's what makes account setting want to try to get it for 32 cents. I don't know why he's trying to buy his stock, less than, I don't know what that is in percentages. 5% lower than where the last trade is. I don't know. He runs the risk. Even this afternoon, account settings runs the risk that Railtown will trade at 40 cents. But to him, it's worth the risk because he thinks it'll pull back at some time. I don't think it's pulling back. But I was wrong. As I told you, I sold Nixie and I sold G-Bucks. Not because I've turned sour, but let's talk about those in a second. But I just don't have a big account. So how can I make an account that's worthwhile? I might have to do it in steps. But by being able to buy $3 stock, $3.50 in my opinion, for 33 cents, that's how I'm going to try to do it. I'm able to buy $3.50 stock. Remember, that's my projection. It's not a promise. At 34 cents right now. Call it 35 cents. That's how I think I can make my IRA an account that then is big enough that I could do things in the mining space, maybe do things, go back to some of these stocks that we're talking about, like Finger. But I already told you one dilemma. One dilemma is I don't think any of us, once you own Railtown and you understand what it is, you're not going to want to sell it. So those two tricks of the shorts that are self-fulfilling profits are not going to work here in Railtown. They don't need the capital from the short sellers. They're fine with their investors, and these guys have done it before. They're not going to be fooled. Secondly, we don't know what the terms of the deal is to acquire AI Partners, but per what's been on Twitter, per one of the guys, let me just make sure there was one thing on Twitter that was taken down, and I just want to make sure I'm not quoting that one. Yeah, I'm not. Okay, the one that's still up from Rebecca Kurzweil, she points out that the acquisition of AI Partners includes this guy, John Ruffolo, and the pension, I guess, subdivision of the Canadian pension system called OMERS, O-M-E-R. They were the architects of Constellation software. Look up Constellation software. They're trading at $5,000 a share Canadian. And the same people are behind it. Let me read what an analyst said about Constellation software. This is recent, like last month. Constellation software has delivered a 36,000% return since its IPO. I think the IPO was 20 years ago. The analyst, this guy Madden, and you can find this at cantechletter.com. Anyway, this analyst, Madden, called the company a massive compounder. He's talking about Constellation software. And I think the symbol is CSU on the Canadian. Constellation software. It's delivered a total shareholder return of 36,000 since its 2006 IPO by acquiring, listen to this is Constellation software. These are the movers behind, or some of the movers behind AI Partners. These are included in the acquisition these people are included in the acquisition that Railtown is making of AI Partners. But listen to this. Constellation software acquires hundreds of niche software firms and letting them operate with autonomy. Quote, the magic here is that this is sort of like a software-focused private equity fund. This is Constellation software, but in a listed public company format, Madden said. Essentially, what they do is they acquire mission-critical vertical market software companies, usually small tuck-in acquisitions of founder-led mom and pop vertical market software companies. That's how Constellation Software built itself. Let me show you something. Let me just make sure I'm not. All right, you got 8 there. I would start buying. I mean, that's good, but if you want to own more, anyway, you do what you want to do. I'm not. They are attacking G-Bucks again. Yeah, David, I'm not. I think I made money on that, not as much as obviously I could have, but I didn't get out because I was souring or very simple. I just think I ran out of time to make sure I own Railtown. That's as simple as that. As one of the guys that trained me at Merrill Lynch said, the only time to sell is when you have a better idea, a better story. And so it's not a negative. I just think Railtown, better is qualitative, you know. G-Bucks could go much higher if it goes, but I think in the short run, but I think Railtown has less risk, you know, but I'm not trying to, Wall Street Wolfie bought 1,000 Railtown at open. All right, I'm going to write that down. I think you're going to love it. I think you're going to love it. $5.15. Yeah, Pete, I would do Railtown. I hope by the end of this day, I give you enough information that you want to do Railtown. I wouldn't hesitate. I don't know if you're the person, somebody asked me, well, what if they do a reverse split? No way in hell. They're not doing a reverse split. They're a Canadian company, number one. Number two, the whole point I'm trying to make is it's mispriced right now. It's not because the shorts are winning. It's not because it's out of favor. It's because nobody knows. And the buyers are precluded from buying until that deal is done. That deal was announced 4 months ago. March, April, May, June, 4 months ago, almost to the day. And I think it's time for that deal to be announced as complete. I mean, I'm guessing. Could it be this week? Yeah. Could it be next week? Yeah. But I think it's soon and for the rest of your life. And then you're not going to be able to buy Railtown at 35 cents. So that's why I push for it. But let me just, I think, who's this? 808. 808. 33K. Yay. I think that's awesome. Awesome. That's going to make a lot of money. A young man like you. A young man like you. You're going to make a lot of money. That's what my boss used to tell me. A young man like you. All right, let's get you what I want to show you. What I want to show you. All right, I'm going to show this one more time. This is according to this guy Alcher, but also according to PricewaterhouseCoopers. AI global market is 15.7 trillion over the next 5, 6, 7 years. That's what it'll grow to by the next decade. 15.7 trillion, that's with a T. I'm going to take that down. I need the room in the memory. Let me just show it to you. This is PricewaterhouseCoopers. AI could contribute up to 15.7 trillion to the global economy in 2030, more than the current output of China and India. All right, let me take that down. Pete the Geek. This is the markets that Railtown, this is on their website. Railtown AI is targeting 2 large and growing global markets. Our platform helps small and medium-sized businesses, SMBs. Get it? SMBs. It should be MSBs, but it's SMBs. Oh, I see. Small's over there. So it should be SMSBs. SMBs. Small and medium-sized businesses and enterprise organizations which develop and maintain software applications. So one of them is the global developer tools market, projected to grow by the next decade to a $17 billion market. And then the global AI as a service market, expected to grow by the next decade to 132 billion. And remember, Railtown has created something that they're the first mover, it's proprietary, and it's closed. And it's licensed if you want to own it. Here's some of the news stories. Railtown announces commercialization of groundbreaking developer frameworks, LangTrax and Railtrax. That's one news announcement. Railtown is presenting their LangTrax last month at a great conference. Railtown launches powerful Visual Studio extension to supercharge developer productivity with AI. They also were to present and did at Elevate AI. And there it is, February 11th, Railtown AI Technologies announces a memorandum of understanding. Remember the criminal CMOU? They start selling. They do it to drive the price down so that they can then provide capital via Canaccord to the company at a discount, locking in their criminal profits. And they do it to bust the trade, bust the agreement. So when everyone gets disgusted, hey, I waited all this time and now the deal's not even happening, and they just dump. What happens is the stock price goes down, and then anything good it doesn't matter. It's going to be done with 10 times the number of shares effectively in the float. That's the whole strategy of the criminal activity. And it's directed, by the way, from the biggest funds in America, I think, including Larry Fink's fund. But anyway, can't prove it. So, but anyway, so 4 months ago, that's the AI. I'm going to take that down. Here's the founders, Corey Brandolini, Marwan Haddad, and a couple other white guys. Don't have to listen to them. I mean, ooh, white guys. All right, these are investment highlights. We should just run through them again. Growing global markets. The development tools market is growing. The AI as a service market is growing, as I just showed you. Total cost of poor software, of bad software in the United States is $2 trillion. 2 trillion. And then they have commercialized their intellectual property. They've commercialized these platforms. They're 100% owned and already developed. They have the first mover advantage. They have proven founders that have done it before, so they're not going to be fooled again. And they have capital market experience. And I want to take that down. I'm going to take this down and take this down, take this down. All right, so now I want to add some things to show you. Step right up, come on in, if you'd like to see the memory of what was once home, sweet home. I'm trying to see what I can show you. Okay, here, I think this, 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 this. So that's 1, 2, 3. That's, I guess 11 things. I'm sure they won't all show up. I'm sure it'll come back with a message. Too many items. Only take things that are in certain format. But maybe it'll show up. Okay, so let's show you this one first. Here's Railtracks. This is one of their divisions. I don't know what it all means. You can look at it on, there's their website, railtowntechnologies.com. But basically, let me take Pete's comment down because I can't read through it. Yeah, there we go. What did that do? That was interesting. That made it easier for me to read. Interesting. I'll do that. Connect external data, Railtracks. This is one of their divisions. Connect one of their products that they created. Connect external data to large language models, no matter the source. In other words, it translates anything. Using Railtown's universal retrieval engine for LLMs. Access unstructured data from any source. It's a universal translator. Build RAG, whatever that is, RAG applications on your user data. Railtown's user retrieval engine has pre-built connectors to ingest unstructured data from any source and load it into any destination. Railtown ingestion pipeline allows developers to send data by event or in batch format and allows the team to run multiple cleaning and transformation steps to the data before it is saved in a unified database structure that will allow the team to interact and create RAG applications, automation on top of the data. Anyway, whatever all that means, it's great. And then SREDR is another product, another division. It's disruptive. So they say stop giving away 20 to 40% of your credits to consultants. No need to spend weeks researching and preparing your SR&ED report. SREDR will handle what would normally take weeks to do in a matter of minutes. Save your time. Take your time, take your time. Save your time and keep your money. All right, that's two of their products. Here's two more. I like how this gets bigger. I can read it. Conductor, that's the big one, I think. I don't know which one's the biggest, but that's the big one. Look at the top here. Do you see across the top line here? Right here, this line. There's our partners. Mila, AMII, Microsoft partner, Microsoft co-sell ready, some Founders Hub, something, I can't read it. NVIDIA, UBC, AMD, AI Partnerships Corporation, AI Partnerships Corporation. All right, Conductor. whatever DPE is, this is DPE for the next generation of software development. I don't know how I got through the first generation without DPE. The first end-to-end developer productivity engineering program. That's what it is. Developer productivity engineering program, DPE, for the entire team. With the power of Conductor, keep your developers all the way left all the time in their IDA, whatever that is, happy and productive. The Conductor IDE plugin pushes the root cause analysis to where the developer is working alongside the code within the developer environment, providing details about lines of code which are causing the error and steps to address the issue. Conductor will help the rest of your team stay all the way to the right, informed and engaged with automated documentation about technical debt, progress notes, stand-up notes, developer velocity, best practices, root cause discovery, and reporting. I need this on my next date. Maybe they can give me insight into women. And then the next one is Langtrax. Improve agentic workflows, whatever they are, and request completion. Native LangGraph tools often lead to unnecessary complexity and rigidity. Facing these challenges, we created a new framework, Request Completion, RC. RC simplifies the creation of dynamic input-driven workflows with a node-based architecture tailored for flexibility and scalability. In RC, nodes and something with clear input. I'm not going to be able to read all this to you because I can't. Anyway, it's their other one, and you can look at it on their website. All right. This is the news that came out today for Railtown. We'll get back to Fingers news, but this is the news for Railtown. Railtown, let me punch on that. It gets bigger. I love it. Railtown is pleased to announce a strategic partnership with ESG AI Technologies, Inc. I'm sure that's one of the companies that was in the, I don't know, but I bet it's in the AI partnership, 160 companies. So they've announced a strategic partnership with ESG AI Technologies to develop an advanced suite of intelligent, I hate this, environmental, social, and governance software agents. Root out the white guys, especially if they're straight. Designed to automate and streamline ESG data management. How about streamlining extra votes caused by counterfeit shares? That would be a solution. Anyway, reporting and analysis for enterprises. The collaboration will leverage Railtown AI's agentic framework and ESG AI's domain expertise in ESG compliance and disclosure. Root out the white guy. This collaboration builds on ESG AI's growing momentum in the ESG technology space, including its previously announced relationship with the London Stock Exchange Group, aimed at supporting global ESG data standardization and infrastructure. Anyway, you can look it up. There's more news here. There's no revenue. I'm not going to read it all because, frankly, it's kind of boring. But it looks like a good. Here's what Corey said. Railtown's framework is purpose-built for intelligent task orchestration. And this is an ideal application. By combining our technical capabilities with ESG's subject matter, we're creating a transformative platform to root out the white guy, especially if he's straight and a conservative Christian. All right. Now, what I'm going to show you right now is some of the names in the AI partners. And do you remember what I read to you about Madden talking about Constellation software? The magic here is that this is sort of like a software-focused private equity fund, but in a listed public company format. Essentially, what they do is they acquire mission-critical vertical market software companies, usually small tuck-in acquisitions of founder-led mom and pops. The symbol is CSU. Brian Madden, Chief Investment Officer at First Avenue Investment Council, sat down with Bloomberg to give his thoughts. And I just read some of them to you. So they acquire these companies. And and there's some description. I don't want to bore you, but they're buying these tuck-in companies. But Constellation typically retains the existing management team, providing them with operating efficiencies and procurement scale, whilst allowing them the autonomy to make decentralized decisions and grow the business. And this is Constellation software. And they do hundreds of acquisitions every year. And they keep finding more because it's a fragmented industry. They've managed, despite operating in industries that most would acknowledge as sluggish, sort of single growth niches, they've managed to compound their earnings per share growth at a 24% pace over the last decade. That's Constellation. All right, let me just show you what's in AI partners, just some of them, if you can stand it. Let me just show you. See up here at the top in the black, meet the AIP affiliate network. Do you see it? Meet the AIP affiliate network. You can go to their website. I'm going to have I can punch that button and it gets bigger. Premise HQ, Daisy, Fin, Orbit, Synoptic Decision, Succession, Seismic Brain, Painworth, Factor, Predict Now, Uplink, Soho Square Solutions, SRAI, Vector Analysis, Armarilla, Eureka, Smart Settle, Charlie. These are the ones they showed for banking, fund management, accounting, insurance, and real estate. This is all in AI partners. These are all natural roll-ups or acquisitions a la the Constellation $5,000 a share model. It took time, of course. All right, here's some more. This is the manufacturing, construction, and utilities AI space. 3AG, Ursus Geo, Cone Labs, Weaver, Innovate, Acerta, P&P Optics, Asset Flow, iGen Innovations, Cadre, Solid State AI, Texan, Talos, Sophie, Origami, Stray, NL Estimates, Cimers. I feel like this is a vision exam. How about this? This is number one. Is this clearer or this? Number two, clearer or number one? Clearer? Because that's how I'm seeing all these things, kind of almost clear. Magic, Rennie, Maniva, AI Outcome, AG Tools, SEC Tech, something, EAI, Eagle, cleverly written with AI for the A, Avantune, Insider Navigation, Portable Intelligence, Simwell, Canvas. So my point is, these are some of the companies. They can follow the same Constellation model with Railtown. You just got to put these things together. It's right in front of your nose. Here are the healthcare AI, Tally, AI Valley, Send Sites, Electric Effects, Small Joys. Uh-oh. I hope that is, I hope that's not X-rated. PFM, Vegalytics, something there that looks really beautiful, but I can't read it. How about now? Number 2, is that clear? Or number 3? How about 4? None, I can't read any of it. Okay, Expo Flow, Data, Greeter AI. Then, in the sales, marketing, customer growth, and retention AI, you've got Indie Video, Sonero, Experian, Sales Talk, Next Intelligence, Azure, Be Human, Supercharge Lab, Smart Decks, Sales Choice, Rollis AI, Market, Muse, Vubble, AI Ascend Advisors. But wait, in the AI services and consulting area, you have Gradient Ascent, Mindle AI, Sama, I don't know, TNT, Bryant, get it? It's Bryant, but Bryant, but guess what they do for the A? They put AI. Isn't that clever? I bet they paid 250 grand for that idea. So we'll just take the name Bryant, and instead of the A, we'll put in AI for the A. Isn't it? Oh, that's great. Sign me up. Where do I write the check? H10, KKI, Laris, Crater Labs, Squaw Group, Squaw Group, Intelens, Primal AI, Future Exact, Day One, Cloud Brigade, New Binary, Trio, Future Vault. That is not my vault. And then AI, ML, NLP development. I have no idea what that is, but it's an important AI subsector. Rendered AI, Aggregate Intellect, Accure, Shakudu, AI Plane, Mr. Turing. That's the guy that pulled us out of World War II, I think, with his breaking the code for the German, I forget what that thing was called, but he broke the German code. Cohere, Quantico AI, Air, and ABR. But wait, that sounds great, but that's not enough. All right, how about cloud services and computing, Nebula AI, Raw Radium, Convolent, Nuvolo, and then how about security, privacy, and governance AI, better known as Kick the White Guy Out. Prodigo, Private AI, Nolac, Ident, Grow It, I don't know, a drop of X, AutoAlign, Easy Audit, Protexa, Tano Labs, Customer Experience, Sarah Bree, On Modes, Mia, Retail and Restaurant, eWorks, Factura, Vidimonte, SmartStream, HUEX. But wait, that sounds good. Isn't there any more? Recruiting and staffing and training AI. You've got I2A2 with the Canadian Maple Leaf, Nugget AI, Damlas. I only had 2 drinks. What are you on about? Damlas. I was out with me friends, me mates. Vertro, Vieta, Telecommunications, Marquitech, Robotics, Syncar, Olis, whatever this is, FP Dynamics, Real Robotics, something else I can't read. And then finally, to finish it off, is Data Management, Processing, Engineering AI, Base 64 AI, Hopera, Odesco, ScriptString, LexRock, Eco, Sunset Point, Mimic. You can find all of that at their website. But the point is, clearly, Railtown AI is the minnow buying the whale of AI partners. As a combined group, they're bringing on the brain trust in some capacity that was behind Constellation Software. AI partners in their press release, in the website, model is to roll up these companies, the 164 companies, roll them up. They're kind of a venture capital grouping, whether you call it a mutual fund or not. They all have combined to cross market and get the word I hate, the Dan Dulietza word, synergy. He was so proud to use that in class that he showed up late, and he impressed the professor. Synergy. But anyway, they get the synergy of working together, but they're buying it now. They're buying it now. And so the natural thing is they're going to roll up these companies, and they've got, here it says they do hundreds, they have hundreds of companies. I don't know if they have hundreds. They have 164 just sitting there. They're going to roll them up. So you're going to see an analog to the Constellation software model is what Railtown's going to do. And as they acquire these companies, are you really going to want to sell? Now I'll make my second bold prediction about Railtown. I forget what the first one was. Oh, I think if you buy Railtown and you analyze the harm GTI did, the harm CRTD did, the harm GNS did, the harm COSM did, the harm MULN did, the harm Logic did, LGIQ, the harm well, maybe some unresolved at this point experience you've had with Finger, although, you know, I'm not saying that's over by a long shot. But anyway, and MMTLP. So you've got this whole experience of red, AMC, GME, chasing the squeeze, chasing the next one. Oh, the system's against it. We're victims. They're all crooks. Well, they are. They are. That's like walking into Sherwood Forest as a noble with your sack of gold, and you expect not to be robbed. There's outlaws in there. Or it's like, you know, I don't know what example to give. It's like driving down a highway now in California and not expecting dozens of imported people to block traffic. You know, as you go down the highway, you know that 40 million people came in, and you know there's no way to control them. So are you surprised? You got to adjust to it. Maybe you don't go down that highway at certain times. Maybe you stay closer to home. Well, that's how we have to trade. We have to acknowledge how the system is and trade within that framework. Otherwise, we're just, you know, I don't know what to call it. We're just being stupid. So here's my second bold prediction about Railtown. If you look, and I don't think you have much time. I think today's the time. I could find out we have 2 weeks. But the reason I'm telling you this, I thought I didn't have any time. I was wrong. I did it Thursday. I had Friday. I could have had this morning. So I was wrong. So I can still be wrong. But I'm trying to tell you, you do not have time in any meaningful sense of the word to establish your Railtown position at 35 cents. And if it goes to 40 cents, I still think it's a buy. If it goes to 50 cents, I still think it's a buy. If it goes to 60 cents, I still think it's a buy. If it goes to $1.20, I think it's a buy, but it'll probably pull back. I think this thing will be a buy at 350. That's why I'm telling you, this is to me, in an educational sense, in an opinion sense, it's a layup from 35 cents to the $3.50. It's just sitting there for you. And so my bold prediction is, if you take a calculator and average up your losses and then divide that by 35 cents, you could come up with a number of shares to buy that will bring you whole. And if it brings you whole at $3.50, I think it will put you in the green at $5. And I think that's going to happen. I actually think it's going to, I don't think you're ever going to sell it. So I think as a decision, you can say, I have a chance to buy something that's going to give me potentially short squeeze like returns, but I can get away from this bloody corrupt market. I can get away from all this BS. I can stop having to fight it. Everyone's well-meaning, but all the time they do, you know, the criminals do something. There's always something. I predict to you 2 things. Once you own Railtown, you're not going to want to sell it as you learn that over the next 18 months, 24 months, this could change your life. 1. Secondly, there is a number of shares you could buy today. If you're lucky tomorrow. If you're lucky, you have a week. But next week, you're going to say, why did I wait? I had my chance. I'm an aardvark. Anyway, I think there's a number of shares you can buy. You might have to sell some things, but I think you can rescue your account and turn green for your entire account with Railtown AI, RLAIF. And that's why I sold in my puny little account now. But I have a similar position to 808JCB3. So I'm glad they got involved. And let's take that position. 33,000. I'm not saying that's my exact number. I'm just taking that number. It's something like that in my IRA. I don't want to look because the reason I don't want to look is I could have sold my Nixie at a higher price, and I don't want to drive myself crazy. And I could have bought, I coulda, woulda, coulda, bought Railtown at a cheaper price. So I don't want to go, oh, I could have owned another, but I did it. And I'm glad I'm in there, and I'm thankful I own it. So anyway, let's take 33,000 shares as an example. Right now, it would cost you $11,500. It's kind of a round number. So let's go with it, $11,500. just roughly, that would cost you 6,000 shares of Nixie, right? 5,000 shares of Nixie. It would probably cost you, you've got other stocks you can do what you sell. Anyway, so that's right now to buy 33,000 shares, $11,500 roughly. I think this week to next week, this will be challenging the breakout at 40 cents and 60 cents. So at 40 cents this week, if it happens, I have no idea, it would cost you 13,200. So that's one of the reasons. And if it goes to 60 cents, and I don't know when, I'm just telling you my sense of urgency. It's the information is there. I've been talking about it for a while. Wall Street is gearing up. There's hundreds of billions of dollars ready to go into AI. There's AI companies like Microsoft, NVIDIA, Apple that want to buy AI. They'd rather buy it than develop it themselves. There is going to be a flood of money coming into AI. And this is a company ahead of its time with guys that have already done it before. And they just finished, it's serendipity. They just finished their product, they're marketing it, and they're buying they're buying the network of 160 other companies that they're going to roll up. It's like stepping into it. I'm telling you, you don't have much more time. How much more time, I can't tell you, but I wouldn't wait. I wouldn't wait. So 33,000 shares at 60 cents, it would cost you $20,000 to buy. So what you can buy today for a little over $11,000, in my opinion, end of this week, beginning of next week, is going to cost you $20,000 to buy. And if I'm right, in July, I think it'll go to $1.25. At some point, it'll cost you $41,000 to buy 33,000 shares. Right now, you can buy 33,000 shares for $11,500. I think if you wait until next week or the following week, it could cost you $41,000 to buy 33,000 shares. And once it goes to 125, where do I think it's going to go? Well, next up, $2. And I think that could happen before July 4th. Cost you $66,000 to buy 33,000 shares. You can buy 33,000 shares right now. Last time I looked, you can pay a little bit over $11,000, $11,400. If you wait, in my opinion, next week, you run the risk of having to pay $66,000. And if it goes to my target, which I expect it will before July 4th of 350, I might be wrong, but it's a probability that I don't want to take a chance on. It's $115,000 you'll have to pay to get 33,000 shares. So that, just going back to why did I sell what I sold? It had no basis in anything other than that. I don't know exactly. That's about something in that neighborhood. So I was able to buy, I didn't buy it all last week. I had already had a little bit. But in essence, I was able to get in to 33,000. I paid more for the original. So let's say I paid 12,500 for 33,000 shares. To me, what I risked if I waited 2 weeks even, but this is all gut instinct. Doesn't mean I'm right. It's just processing the information, understanding how Wall Street works, gearing up the sales forces, because stocks aren't bought, they're sold. What does that mean? You won't buy Railtown until your broker at Morgan Stanley calls you up and it's $5 a share. And she says, well, she won't. She'll say you need to buy this AI ETF, and that AI ETF will buy Railtown at $5. But she'll sell you that product, then you'll buy it. That's what that saying means. So I just didn't want to take the risk, because if Nixie went up, if G-Bucks went up, would it go up by enough that I could still buy 33,000 shares? Because to me, Railtown's action, Railtown's growth, Railtown's excitement is going to start from some number. I picked 350. It could be higher. But from that number is when the excitement's going to begin. Why? Because there'll be research reports. There'll be institutional buying. There'll be ETFs buying. There'll be, what do you call them? Family offices buying. And what will be hard for you to understand is there might even be a company like Microsoft still, even though this is bigger, coming in and say, we want to buy the whole thing. And to you, and I'm not making fun, because it took me years to understand it, but to you, if you're like me, as I was in the oil and gas business in particular, I had a friend of mine start a company. I haven't talked to him in years, a guy I respect. He started a company with 80,000 he took out of his 401k. And he left whatever firm he was with. He did have the advantage that his father had run a company, so he had some knowledge. But he took 80 grand, started an oil and gas company. It was back before Nixon lied to us on TV. No, it wasn't that long ago, but it was back before the criminal shorting and you had a real stock market. Anyway, he went out, bought some properties, listed, went public, raised some money, drilled wells, built wealth, and he created massive wealth. He sold that. To my memory, he made for himself, when he sold the company, two numbers are coming in my head. He made either 35 million or 85 million. Anyway, it doesn't matter exactly what it was. He made a huge payout, and so did all of his investors. And I said, well, why? I forget who he sold to. He sold to somebody like Bill Barrett or maybe EOG. I can't remember who he sold to now. But I said, why didn't that company come buy the same properties you bought? Why didn't they develop them with their own money? Why did they buy you? Why did they pay all this money? It didn't compute to me. But what it really comes down to is a few things. Probably basically three things. One, they don't have the brain power, the people resources to be in every play. And they already have a full plate to assign their personnel to. Personnel? That's for assholes. Secondly, just like a lot of pension funds, mutual funds, ETFs, family offices, I'm sure, when an acquiring company, which is run by bureaucrats, they're so big, if they were to get in a field early and lose, that person loses their job. They get fired. So it's a risk to the person making the recommendation. That person would much more recommend, like my friend's company, let's buy it for $300 million instead of starting with $3 million and building it ourselves. So they'd much rather buy because there's less risk of failure. There's certainty. And they're using other people's money anyway. And I guess I blended. The third thing is for their investors, these big companies, for their investors, they have to show increases in reserves in the oil and gas business and increases in revenue. But they can't take a hit. So to buy something and pay money, they're borrowing the money anyway, and they're getting a write-off the way the accounting is written, and they can issue new shares and award themselves more stock bonuses. But they can't take the risk of time, variability in revenues. They can't afford the surprises. They'd much rather, to you and to me, you'd go, well, why didn't you just buy it yourself? They'd much rather way overpay in return for certainty, predictability, and reasonable growth, which they're doing leveraged anyway because they're borrowing money. They'd much rather take that because then their investors, the teacher's retirement plan, will stay in the stock. So those are the reasons why. And that's what's going to happen to Railtown. Now, I'm not saying Railtown's going to go from 33 cents to $200. I'm making a number up, $200 in acquisition quickly. And so that's the problem you're going to run into because you like to trade. You like the excitement. You like to get on conference calls. You like to hear about what the next squeeze is. It's going to be tough. But I bet you're going to say to yourself, you know what? I might just keep this one and see what happens for 2 years, 5 years. We'll see. I'm not ready to tell you what I'm going to do, but that's going to be a dilemma. And I'm not telling you if you buy Railtown and you have a profit, you want to sell some or all, I'm not telling you not to. I'm not here, my Jennifer disclosure, I am not here working for the company. I'm not here as a consultant to the company. I haven't been paid anything by the company. I just see here, like I see sometimes over my career, I see an opportunity to make money in something that's mispriced and everything's lined up. And guess what? It's not a short squeeze story, as far as I know. It's legitimate. That's what my Chinese client used to say to me. She's a great friend too. She'd say to me, you have very good nose. You have very good nose. So she would then meet the principals of investments that would come to me, and they would meet. And then one guy, we went out to her table and were granted an audience. And then she called me like 3 or 4 times in a row because I didn't pick up right away. What you doing? Why you not call back? You'll be by your phone. Anyway, and then she said, so why you introduce me to Dan? Why you introduce me to this Dan Lindsay? Why you introduce me to him? He not good person. He not good person. I said, I don't know, Mimi. I was introduced to him by Steve Hiddle. Well, why you do business with him? He called me just now, and he said to me, why do we need Bill Farron? You make introduction. And I said, that's a good point. And that really showed me that I had stepped in it. And sure enough, she ended up giving him I don't know why she did it. He must have gone out to see her, but she gave him her, American Express card, the black one or whatever it's called. So, and money. She gave him, I don't know, millions to get him to start going, buying. Oh, Lord. And he went wild. And of course, it didn't come to a good end, but he did it all. They cut me out. And well, she and I are still friends. I think she was taken advantage by him. But anyway, point is, she always says, you have very good nose for investments, obviously not for business associates all the time. But in fairness to me, a guy that I thought I could trust had introduced me. So I didn't screen him really myself. But anyway, let's move on to more exciting things. My point is, right now is your chance to buy a significant number of shares of Railtown, and you're not going to want to sell them. And you're not going to want somebody telling you, oh, it's already, oh no, that's Canadian. It's 48. That's the other thing. It is a Canadian company. Trades for 48 cents Canadian. Let me see what it's trading for now. Okay, 34 cents. I'm telling you, account settings, don't play with it. Just go ahead and buy it. Of course, as soon as I get you to do that, it'll go down. But I just don't think you're going to get 32 cents again. Just be happy you got 8,000 off at 32 cents. The ask right now is 34.58. There's a lot on the ask. So I think you can, I bet if you put it in at the ask, they'll fill it below it. So you get it at 34 cents probably. That's great. That is bloody great. They're giving it to you right now, in my opinion. All right, let's see what happened at WWDC. Let's see what happened. WWDC. Apple Intelligence. See, AI. Apple needs AI. They're reviewing features that iPhone users already have access to. All apps, including third party, will have access to Apple Intelligence. Swell. 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 I don't know what this is. Liquid glass design and new software names. So it's going to be iOS 26. Everything's going to have iPad OS 26, Mac OS 26, TV OS 26, Vision OS 26, Watch OS 26. I don't know what this liquid glass is. iOS 26, visual changes, cleaner. But folks will be happy to know that things will be mostly the same. Thank you. Phone app. It's going to get a redesign, the phone app. It's going to say, don't answer. It's your mother-in-law. Messages, a few new features. And you're going to get rid of the pesky spam messages. All right, that's what I need, more features to not understand how to use. There's an AI feature in messages called Genmoji. It's coming, whatever it does, it's going to do. Live Translate is coming to messages. So you can automatically translate messages as you type in any language. Itsi Samchek Elwa. 。 Updates coming to Apple Maps. Okay, great. Games app. Okay, great. Visual intelligence. iPad OS 26. Liquid glass, whatever the hell. It's very important. I don't know how I have done without liquid glass. Different menu bar. Resize. It'll feel like Mac OS. All right. The files on iPad will feature an updated list view. PDF management. All right, great. iPad OS, new features for podcasters. Yay. Record studio quality vocals with AirPods. Yay. I just hope it can change my singing voice into Frank Sinatra. Mac OS Tahoe. There's a bunch of stuff coming there. Vision OS 26. Doesn't look like a lot of hardware. I was hoping there would be some hardware updates, but it doesn't look like it. I don't see any new computers, new iPads. I don't see them. Anyway, all right, let's get back to more important things. All right, I already missed out on some of the messages. Not many. Yeah, I don't know about this strategery. I don't think it's going to drop. It might. Anything's possible. But let me just check something. Let me just check something on this search. All right, go there. 6 hours ago. 5 hours, 6 hours. All right, let me tell you what Tony DeNaro says. I believe Tony DeNaro works for the shorts, and I don't think his name is DeNaro. But he says, latest somewhat dubious pundit quote from YouTube live on Saturday. That must be me. I quote somewhat literally. He says, if this 30-cent stock goes to $3 or $5 or $17, you may not want to sell it. It's that good. I don't know if that's an exact quote, but I believe it is that good. I don't think it doesn't sound like me. It's that good. I don't think that sounds like me. But I'll say it now. I think it is that good, potentially. He writes, P.S. RLAIF also has a going concern warning. Every bloody company, there's not a lawyer that's going to allow a fundraising, a filing, a prospectus, a auditor. They're all going to say going concern warning. I will put it out to you right now. Tony DeNaro is full of crap on Railtown. He's just making it up. He doesn't know what he's talking about. So if you want to listen to him, go ahead. I don't mind. I don't mind. I do not mind. He's not on your side. He's on the side of the shorts. Yes, there are risks. Railtown has risks, like any speculative company. But he's saying, I quote, somewhat literally. I think he's putting it in the worst light. And the thing is, he's making it one sentence. And what the hell does he care? Why does he care about Railtown? Let me make it clear to you. You can buy Railtown at 35 cents right now. I do think it's going to go to $3 or $5. He did put an if in front of there, so at least he got that right. But I believe it is going to go to $3 or $5, and I think that's going to be the point from which the story unfolds. The reason I'm just going over and over this is there is going to be a revaluation. Railtown, despite this idiot working for the shorts, it's a dubious pundit quote. Well, dubious this, pal. We'll see. I don't consider myself a pundit, but I guess if it means someone that talks on YouTube, I guess that's me. Not only do I think it'll go to $3 or $5, I think in the time frame of investing, it'll be essentially overnight. I don't mean that it's going to happen in one day. It could take a week, it could take 3 weeks, it could take 6 weeks, but I think that's what's going to happen. And if you don't buy it now and it goes to 70 cents, you're not going to want to buy it at 70 cents because you're going to want to wait till it pulls back. That's what I'm trying to get you to avoid. I'll still like it though at 70 cents. I'll still like it at 125. Tony will come on and say, it also has a going concern warning. They all effing have a going concern warning. What a dick. I'm sorry, what a dack. What a dack. All right, there's no new news on it. Let's see what other questions you have. I've rambled on so long and so boring. What's going on with Finger? Should I sell? Yeah, of course it keeps going down. The Tony Dineros of the world and the Double D's and everybody else. I don't need to pick on Tony. There's a whole army of people that work on the short side of these stocks. And they come in and pretend to be your friend, pretend to educate, but they're being paid by the criminals. I don't know how to root them all out. You can't. So you just got to assume that the majority of the people out there are working to take your money. And that's just a fact. The odd corollary of it is just if I'm trying to tell you, because I'm not being paid. I'm not being paid. You know what I'd really like? I'd really like you guys to make money back that you lost. Is it still speculative? Sure. Are you still taking additional risks? Sure. But I think Railtown gives you a chance to go green. And then you can be a pundit noticing that every bloody prospectus, every bloody filing, every bloody accounting report is going to say, put in a clause, the going concern clause. Tony Dinero is no genius. On the other hand, I think he has pointed out some things at times that, look, the risks are always the same. The risks are always the same. And if he stays true to the risks of these stocks, well, he's right. My point is, why take the risks on a stock that's shit? Why not take the risk on a stock that can make 10 or 15 times your money in a relatively short period of time? Will it? There's no guarantees, but I think it will. I think it will. We'll see. We'll see. I'll measure Railtown RLAIF against the peanut gallery any day. So we'll just note right here today, I'm going to write it down, that Tony De Niro, I'll take a picture of it. There, I took a picture of it. It's a day old. So yesterday, he's telling you that it's dubious at 30 cents, okay? So Tony is negative at 30 cents on June 7th or 8th? 8th, yeah. June 8th. I'm telling you, as I have been, that I think the stock is going to be repriced at $3.50 a share. So I'm positive. Let's see who's right. I do think there's risks. I do think there's always concerns, going concerns. But let's talk about that a little bit. Brandolini and Haddad have done this before. They've put their own money in. And guess what? Insiders own 53%. 53%. Insiders own 53% of Railtown AI. Do you think they bought it so it can go down? They're merging in with AI partners, and one of the gentlemen, the shining stars of that constellation of companies, is this guy. Let me get his name exactly right. Yeah, I guess I had it right. John Ruffolo. And then the backing of the, I don't know what OMER stands for, but it's a venture capital arm of the Canadian Retirement Pension Fund, or one of them. And this guy, John, is back, started Constellation. I think it was 6 cents or 60 cents. You can look it up. I bet they had going concerns warnings back then. It's now $5,000 a share. I'm not saying that Railtown's going to go to 5,000. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just comparing that model. It might. I'm not saying it won't either. But anyway. So let's see. Should you sell Finger? Let me see where Finger's trading. I don't know. I think it's a little late to sell Finger. I mean, I was saying to you, I'm not going to mince words, but I told you to sell calls and sell some stock when it was $5. It was over 5. It was under 5. I just take that premium. I kept saying it. Take that premium. But I don't think many people listen to me. And I predicted it would go to 250. Why? Why? Because that's the price the best informed investors and the board of directors priced their own company at 250. It wasn't that much of a hard call, and now it's 223. Let's see the volume. It's pretty high volume. Let's look at a chart, Adam. Let me just look at a chart on it. Not that it matters in these squeeze plays. By the way, if you're a peanut gallery guy like Tony De Niro and you're always negative, I bet you're going to be correct at least 90, if not 95% of the time. There's no courage in that. There's nothing in that. Too many advertisements. I don't know the answer to your question, so if I look at the chart, damn it. Wow. This is actually where I said it could go on one of my chart reads that I did live. You can find it. Why do I know that? Because that's the gap. And I remember saying to you, I don't want to say this, you're not gonna, it's negative. But right around 2.25, there's a gap. And that's where we are, 223. Now that it's here, I think the next support is $2. And below that, 180. I think where it'll stop in this decline is 180. I think it's going to 180, and then it'll bounce up. So I think what they're going to try to make it do is hit the 200-day moving average, which is $1.92 currently. It'll go down slightly. That they'll bust that. That's why that 180 is probably a good number. It also shows up in the chart. And then it'll bounce back over the 200. It'll go to 2. But I think it's going to $2, give or take, probably 180. Then what does it do? Should you be selling here? That was a pretty damn good announcement today. So I think you should be looking at Finger, maybe as a longer term hold or as a accumulation. But I don't see that stock recovering now. I really believe, Adam, and again, it's not so much me. It's what the chart showed. There was this kind of, it doesn't look like it now, but when I saw it in sort of, it does look like it, sort of February time, but January too, because I remember January. The one in January doesn't look so much like a declining wedge. It just looked like it broke out from this wedge. And then, anyway, I started getting positive on Finger at about $1.04. And I said it. But it didn't go up right. Well, it did go up right away, but then it pulled back and it came back down. And So in February, I know it must have seemed that I was wrong, which, of course. But I said it again in February. I said, this looks like it's strong. It can go. And then when it cross these moving averages. It looked great. March, it looked great. And it ran. And I, frankly, at $1.80, I don't know what I would have said. I did say it would pull back, and it did. It's done everything I predicted. It's actually done better than I predicted. The chart is pretty easy to read on finger. And so it's not about me, it's just the chart. And what you got to know is the computers on the other side are set up to read the chart the same way. I think it's going to go to $2, maybe $1.80. It should stop at $1.80, and it'll bounce back. If it goes to $1.80, it'll bounce back to $2, and then it'll go sideways. Even with the good news, it'll go sideways, I think. I think you had your spike. What could change it is, and Adam, this would be a reason not to sell. The one thing in that news announcement, it didn't really describe how they were going to fund everything. So if the billion-dollar company, a billion-won company, is going to fund everything, that's a game changer. But it's not in that news story, and so you have to wait for news. But that would be a game changer. It really would, if they could start producing automobiles under that contract. It could be great. I like the news announcement, but I think they're going to drive it down first, and then there's time. That's the problem, Adam. There's time. And again, I don't know how many times, I guess it's my problem because I keep saying it the same way, and maybe it's not coming across. But what Wall Street does with NASDAQ companies and over-the-counter companies, I'm sure they do it with all companies, but they particularly do it with the NASDAQ because Adina Friedman does not do her job. She's paid off, in my judgment, by the big funds. And she thinks she's a superstar. She's a woman with a job, and I'm powerful. I make almost $3 million a month. But to me, you're just being paid off. You're no better than a hooker. You should be doing your job. But whatever. I guess money cleanses. I read about the Astor, that guy. He made his fortune killing animals in North America. Ugh. So time makes all money look clean. But I don't think Adina Friedman's money is clean. That's my opinion. What happens, Adam, is particularly on the NASDAQ, is that companies like Roth Capital don't really have any clients. They have the shorts. Now, the shorts masquerade or trade through fronts, like Jeff Easton, whose only skill in life was day trading Yahoo. He's just a fat fuck. It's cocky. He's cocky. And I guess some people fall for that. Or you go through the Kramers, or you go through Roth Capital. But behind them are the shorts. Now, it's legal. Not breaking securities laws is not legal. That's not legal. But here's by Dr. Suzanne Trimbath. It's a very boring book. Naked, Short, and Greedy, but I've read it. On page 1 of her book, I've read it several times. Page 1 of her book, page 1, chapter 1. Investors and the entrepreneurs they support are being harmed by fails to deliver, FTDs. And stock lending and borrowing, so they're being harmed by FTDs and stock lending / borrowing under rules approved, so it's legal, by the Securities and Exchange Commission. Neither the government regulators nor the financial industry self-regulatory organizations are capable of correcting themselves. This is the definition of a regulatory crisis. If you're not already aware of the problem, and it seems like you're not, Adam, this book will show that there are failures to deliver securities to settle trades throughout the global financial system. So let's translate that, Adam. The shares you purchased, on the other side of it, are failures to deliver. Although the data and examples in this book come from the United States, this happens everywhere that the financial industry includes self-regulatory organizations. Who put that at the front of acceptable oversight? None other than William Jefferson Clinton. Oh, he was the best president. So mid-page, Adam, some of the fails to deliver last for years in the United States because the centralized clearing and settlement organization, the DTCC, provides that, I added the DTCC in fairness, provides that fails to settle on a given day will be resubmitted with a new settlement day the next day, ad infinitum. Adam, let me read that to you again, just in case you don't know why the stock keeps going down. Let me just read that to you again. This is Dr. Suzanne Trimbuth in her book, Naked, Short, and Greedy, Wall Street's Failure to Deliver, page 1, mid-page. Some of the fails to deliver last 4 years in the United States because the centralized clearing and settlement organization provides that fails to settle on a given day will be resubmitted with a new settlement date the next day, ad infinitum. Bottom of the page. No regulation in the United States requires the borrower of shares to close out long-term outstanding stock loans and settlement failures. Let me read that again for you, Adam, if you don't understand why the stock is down. No regulation in the United States requires the borrower of shares to close out long-term outstanding stock loans and settlement failures. All rights of stock ownership go to the stock share borrower. Numerous companies have been subject of aggressive trading attacks that are enabled, this is page 2, that are enabled by the lack of action by the regulators. Aggressive trading tactics such as naked short selling can, at a minimum, impair access to capital, and at the worst, these tactics have driven small companies to ruin. This is page 2, Adam, in case you don't know why finger is going down. The U.S. Central Clearing and Settlement Organization, Depository Trust and Clearing Corporation, DTCC, and its subsidiaries claim that they have no power or legal authority to regulate or stop the practice of lending stock without a closeout requirement, i.e. a no due date for the loans of the stock. And they have no power to force their member firms to close out or resolve fails to deliver. This is not technically true. Since the DTCC subsidiary, the National Securities Clearing Corporation, NSCC, makes itself the counterparty to both sides of every transaction involving a failure to deliver, DTCC has the same power and authority to compel a resolution or close out as would an original customer who does not receive the shares he pays for. Actually, it's probably she, since most of the wealth in financial wealth in the country is owned by women, those poor dears that are so mistreated by the patriarchy. It is more correct to say that the DTCC chooses not to resolve, chooses not to buy in trades where the seller fails to deliver the shares they sold. So let me translate that for you, Adam. All these sales involve fails to deliver. They're borrowing stock essentially ad infinitum. There's probably some compliance limit because you don't want risk, but they just sell it down. Stock they don't own. They don't deliver. They don't locate. That's why the stock's down. Now, here's the sentence of all sentences, Adam, if you don't know why finger's going down. Page 2, bottom of the page. Their rules, that's the DTCC, their rules allow them to credit their members, that's the brokerage firm, with an entitlement for undelivered shares. DTCC and NSCC, their rules allow them to credit their members, broker-dealers, prime brokers. Their rules allow them to credit their members with an entitlement for undelivered shares, which allows their members to credit the account, your account, representing the buyer, you're the buyer, investor in a failed trade. This process creates extra shares of the stock of public companies, all within the rules. Let me read this again. Bottom of the page, page 2, naked, short, and greedy, Wall Street's failure to deliver, Dr. Suzanne Trimbath. Their rules, the DTCC, allow them to credit their members with an entitlement for undelivered shares, which allows the member to credit the account representing the buying investor in. Let me say, I missed something. My apologies. Let me just keep my eyesight on it. My eyes are not perfect. My eyes are not blue, but they won't leave you. Lisa left you years ago. All right. Their rules allow them to credit their members with an entitlement for undelivered shares, which allows their members to credit the account representing the buying investor in a failed trade. This process creates extra shares of the stock of public companies, all within the rules. Some companies fought back in 2003. So the DTCC turned to the SEC and got approval for a rule to prohibit companies from taking actions to protect themselves. If you ask the DTC about this, they will only tell you they cannot honor requests from issuers to exit the system because it, quote, has not been permitted by the SEC, unquote, without mentioning the fact that the DTC initiated the SEC rule that stops companies from protecting themselves, their assets, and their investors. Who owns the DTCC? Larry Fink, Goldman Sachs. I don't know if I don't know how the hedge funds own it, but it's the banks and the big players of the hedge funds. Okay, let's go deeper into the book. Page 294, settlement process. The following is a generalized description of an ordinary stock trade transaction for purposes of illustrating examples of how settlement failures occur. While several variations exist, this is the most common process. The investor submits a buy order to a retail broker who submits it to an executing broker-dealer who trades on an exchange or in the OTC. Most trades, regardless of where they are executed, will be submitted to a central clearing and settlement organization like the CDS. I don't even know what the CDS is. The Canadian Depository for Securities, which is now, or the DTC. So those are two. The DTC, which is a subsidiary of the DTCC, or the CDS, which is the Canadian twin. The CDS will have access to securities on deposit and procedures in place for the cash side so that the settlement can be effected regardless of distances between the parties, time zones, currencies, etc. There were 228 million equity trades executed on exchanges in Canada, 228 million in 2008. The CDS processed 203, almost 204 million equity delivery instructions, though these were not necessarily associated with the exchange trades. The CDS does not provide any statistics as to the percentage of all trades taking place in Canada that are cleared and settled through the central counterparty, though the percentage is generally believed to be in the range of over 50% to 90% for exchange-based trades. It goes on with further complicated distinctions. Why settlement fails, page 295. 4 reasons are generally offered as to why trades fail to settle on time. Operations, paperwork, certificates. That's 1. 2, lack of securities for lending to satisfy delivery requirements for short sales. That's 2. 3, investment strategies related to interest rates charged for lending. It gets too expensive to borrow. 3, market manipulation. She gives a breakdown on all of that, and I'm not going to go through it. A lot of references in this book. So I think Finger, my answer to you, why does Finger keep going down, is short selling. But we know this already in Finger. And I believe that part of the reason the stock was going up was that the buying computers were turned on by probably the Toad. It could be another client of Roth Capital. But I believe it doesn't cost much money. They go to these trading desks that are out of your reach, they're out of US jurisdiction, and they pay them money. And they can confuse the algorithms, and they can get buying in place, and they can do it in size. None of the trades are necessarily real in a sense that you would count it, but they can drive the stock to 520. And as I said, and I think it pissed people off over the last 2 months, last month and a half, I said it. It made me, everyone's mad at me. That it could be these clients pumping it up so they could go via Roth Capital and ask Finger if they want to raise some money. Because it's like the old stock pools that Joe Kennedy participated in. If you can get the mass, and it's why the SEC was created. But if you can get retail to start buying into, everybody buys as it's going up. They get all excited. Everybody does it. Well, so you turn sort of pantomime trading with a little bit of juice. It starts to run. You get retail buying, putting money in. It happened with GNS. That guy came out. Dun, 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 dun. I'm the greatest. It's my fight. All he did is get you to buy, and then he took money out of the market. COSM did. Oh, don't blame a dead guy. All right, I won't blame a dead guy. Most of the people involved are still living. I'll blame them. But it drive it up. You rush in, they do a $35 million deal. I think that's what the clients and Roth Capital were hoping to do here. Frankly, I kind of think Finger should have taken a deal. They didn't. They did a deal at 250. I think it's a clean deal. That's one thing going for it. It's a clean deal. But this isn't a pretty chart. I think the next stop is $1.92, give or take. Only you can decide what you have to do. It's up a little bit right now, 226. Nothing goes straight down. Or straight up. Nothing goes in a straight line. But it looks like shit. Finger looks like shit right now. But the problem is it's already down. And it doesn't look like it has much further to go. So do you sell? Do you hold? Or do you buy more? Only you can decide that. My guess is that this news today on Finger is excellent. I think it's going to take time to unfold. There could be a surprise in they could have financing that's friendly and it can accelerate the earnings process. But in the meantime, those sellers, those counterfeiters are going to still be suppressing the price. Why, Adam? Why? They don't care about good news. It doesn't threaten them. Particularly if they can get the price down, so when the company goes to raise money, it's not at $5, it's not at $4, it's not at $3, it's not at $2.50, it's not at $2, it's at $1.50, or it's at $1, or it's at 50 cents. That's their goal. To make good news irrelevant on a per share basis. That's their goal. And that's why I think the company should have raised money, because it'd be independent. But maybe they didn't have the opportunity. Maybe Roth Capital didn't offer a deal from the Toad. Maybe the Toad said, we'll do it, but we'll do it at $2. I don't know. I'm not privy. So but Adam, I don't know how many times this plays out where you have to ask, why is it going down? They kill everything. They kill everything. That's why Tony DeNaro's here, to keep you in a state of fear of trying to make money. I think I've been pretty clear on my call on Finger Motion this year, and I take credit for calling it. From something low in the dollars, I said it could double, triple your money. I felt confident it would double or triple your money, and you might get 4 or 5 times your money. In other words, it could go to 5. It could go to 6 or 7. I was wrong, and I said it, the higher it's riskier. But I definitely repeated over and over again that I thought that stock from $1 approximately could give you a double or a triple, and maybe even $4 or $5. And it did. It did. That's a great trade. Let me put it in context right now, Adam. For Finger Motion to give you, I hate these advertisements. I can't get in there. So for Finger Motion to give you a 100% gain from here, it's got to go to $5. Well, almost $5. For Finger Motion to double your money, it's got to go to almost $5. For you to double your money in Finger Motion right now, it's got to go to almost $5. I'm telling you, Tony, the peanut gallery, dinero aside, Railtown can double your money. Can. I'm not promising it. Anything can happen. You can look at all the risks that are listed. Those are cover your ass paragraphs. Cover the auditor's ass. Cover the attorney's ass. And I'm not giving financial advice. but I would like them to cover my ass too. All those risk factors. But I'm telling you that I believe, based on the talent of the leadership and the story that I've just gone through with you, Railtown not only can double your money from here, I think you can make 10 times your money from here. Now, what's the time frame? Why don't we do that? Why don't you ask me how long should I hold finger? I'm going to say I don't know. It looks like it's going to be soft to sideways. The finger is going to be soft to sideways, unless there's a huge out of the blue funding that I don't know about. This announcement today was excellent, but it doesn't talk about the funding. It might come clear what the funding is, and that could get the stock trading upward. But this downward wedge in the stock has been broken. So I can't even see the downward wedge here. In 3 days of trading, I might be able to tell you there's a downward wedge, which is a bullish pattern. But I think finger's going to go to $1.92 first, maybe $1.80, maybe $2, and then we'll see. But I think it takes time to recover. I don't think it's going to go back to $5 overnight. I think you're looking. So let's pick a time frame. Let's say by September, back to school. By the time the kids go back to school, what's Finger going to be trading for, and what's Railtown going to be trading for? My guess is Finger will trade sideways for that entire time. You'll have spikes downward, and maybe, if you're lucky, spikes upward. That's the probability, unless there's really good news on financing, really good news on contracts. Those are things I can't predict. So knowing what I know now and looking at the chart, I think Finger trades sideways. If we're lucky, it could go downward. It could go to 2. But I think by September 1, I would put Finger in the 250 range. Maybe it gets to 2, maybe it gets to 3, but that's what I would put it in. There are exceptions, and that's these stocks. And that's why Tony De Niro makes his living. Most of the time, things are dull and negative, but every now and then there's great news. Tony's going to miss all of that because he doesn't predict good things. He only predicts negative because he works for the bloody shorts. He's not that smart. All right. What do I think Railtown could be by the time the kids go back to school? I don't know. I think Railtown I'm debating telling you by September, I'm debating between $3.50, $5, and $7. And I got to pick one. The market cap of Finger is 128 million. So to double your money, it's got to go to 250 million. That's possible. That could happen. That could happen by September. Not to talk out of I just think the probability is it'll still be flat-ish. but it could. And I reserve the right to change my sense of it as news comes. But let's look at Railtown. Railtown's market cap is basically $50 million. $50 million. So by September, what market cap do I think Railtown could have? If they announce revenues, the multiple those revenues will garner will be, if they're consistent with the report I showed you, 25x for the valuation of the company. By September, what's realistic with revenues they might announce? I don't know. They've got 4 divisions. I'm talking about annualized revenues. I'm talking about looking forward for 12 months. Could they each do 25 million projected a year, 50 million, 100 million? Let's just say 25 million each. So that's 100 million. Let's say by September, Railtown has visible revenues of 100 million for a year times 25. I think that's 250 million, but let's just see. No, it's 2.5 billion. Wow. And if we divide that by the number of shares, that's $16. Let's go back to Tony De Niro's criticism of me. Replying to latest somewhat dubious pundit quote from a YouTube live on Saturday, that's me, RLAIF, and I quote somewhat literally, quote, if this 30-cent stock goes to $3, $5, or $17, you may not want to sell it. It's that good. I'll take that number, 17. I'll predict $17 by the time the kids go back to school. Now, let me explain. This guy's an asshole. He's trying to make you think that I'm telling you not to sell. I said may not. If the stock goes to $3, $5, or $17, there's going to be a lot of reasons why it's there. And you may look at that information to say, I don't want to sell. I think this thing's going to $50. That's all I mean. I don't know. But this guy's being a dack. All right, so I answered your question, I think. I hope you've bought. I hope you've bought your shares. I hope you bought your shares account settings. Let me see what the price is. $35. Somewhat dubious. Somewhat dubious. 35 cents. What's the volume? The bid the bid is 5 million shares. The bid for Railtown right now is 5,232,000 shares, 800. The ask is 2.5 million at 36 cents. I hope you bought already, account settings. And if you didn't, I'd still pay 36 cents. So I don't know what you should do with Finger. The news is excellent today. I think part of the problem is it doesn't talk about how much money is necessary. So I think the shorts are taking the advantage of, well, they're going to need to raise money. Let's drive it down. Same story happens all the time. The rescue would be that they do more plain vanilla financing, or the car company finances everything. That would be great news. So I don't know how to answer your question. If I were in your shoes right now, it'd be a tough call. I don't know what you paid for it. I'd be kicking myself. Why the F didn't I sell at 5, at 450, at 4, at 350, at 3, and now at 250? But depending on why you're in the stock, if you're in it for a trade, I'd consider alternatives, but I just can't make the decision for you. Chestnut. Oh, I already wrote that down. Great, Chestnut. Yeah, the Finger news is fantastic. That is fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Finger news. Account settings. I got 8. Yeah. But if you're going to buy the rest of it, I don't think you're going to get it at 32. Oh, I already went on that. They're attacking G-Bucks again. I don't know what I sold it for. I made a little bit money, like $800 or something. So it wasn't huge, but like I say, I didn't get out. It's very simple. I wanted to own Railtown. I want to own, despite Tony DeNaro's bullshit, I've studied Railtown. I've been talking to you about it. He hasn't studied jack shit on Railtown. And I'm telling you that what I perceive is a company whose value has leapt up the value creation S-curve, but it's not reflected in the stock price yet. And at least part of that is because all the major players can't buy the stock while the MOU is outstanding. And I don't know, frankly, I've heard that in Canada, there's a shareholders vote on these things. So I don't know exactly how long it's going to take. I don't know, and I'm admitting this, I don't know if those buyers can buy if that deal is finalized and then submitted for vote, or if they have to wait for that vote. So that buying may not come in until after shareholders vote. I don't know the rules in Canada. The main thing is disclosure. Always disclosure. And I think that's the biggest failing of the US markets, is they don't disclose to you that you're not buying shares. You're buying securities entitlements. Reader's Digest on Finger is, to me, it looks like a great deal that they got this automotive partnership. I think it's fantastic. They don't know how to build a car efficiently, so this is perfect. And they can ramp up production. I think there's nothing wrong with that news. In fact, it's everything you could hope for. Everything you could hope for. We don't know enough about the size of the contract, the timing, and how it's going to be financed. it's possible that the financing and the timing could be really good news, and this stock will be just like I'm talking about Railtown. It's possible with knowledge of some input. You sit down and you look at it and you say, wait a minute, finger motion should have a higher value. But I don't have that information now. It would just be speculating. And I don't know what to say about that. I suggest a guy that works extremely hard, has the best information. He gives you his advice every single day. I suggest you listen to Ham at Ham Short Killer about this news. And if you missed a call, listen to a playback. Another place you can go is Tony De Niro. Tony is always helpful in giving you ideas on how you can make money. Because Tony realizes that most of us are in a position where just staying where we are doesn't really help our life. Oh, you know, if you listen to Tony, you might as well put your money into a CD or a crypto coin, which are not without risk, by the way. Everything in the market has risk. Absolutely everything has risk. And I'll tell you, the risks are much more on the so-called safe securities than they are elsewhere. But anyway, you can more than welcome to listen to Tony De Niro. He's not a pundit, by the way. Tony's not a pundit on X. Tony De Niro is not a pundit. He's just a good guy there to help you out. You should do Railtown, but it's too late probably. Why am I so behind? I've got 12K to play with. Good Lord, Pete. I don't know what you're waiting for. I think you could buy I'll use 40 cents because by the time you buy, it's going to be 40 cents. You can buy 30,000 shares of Railtown with your money. And what Tony De Niro is being mean about is I didn't say you might not want to sell. It's that good. I didn't put that spin on it. I said you might not want to sell because it's that good. In other words, the information might be so strong. What stocks go up? And oftentimes they have a reason they go up. The people buying it think they're getting a good price. So if this were to go, let's use the number that he quoted me as saying, let's use 17. I don't know when. I'm not saying that's going to happen right away, Pete. But if it went to 17, you got $500,000. And you're waiting? What are you waiting for? I think that could happen, by the way. And believe it or not, when it goes to 17, you may not want to sell it. I'm not telling you to do what you want to do. Sell some on the way up. Sell some at 2. Sell some at 5. And whatever. But Pete, you could turn 12 grand into $500,000? And you're pausing? I'm not. Look, there are risks. And you know, sometimes you have to be bold. Sometimes you have to jump into the pool. And if you wait for confirmation that this idea is for you, you'll buy 12,000 shares, not 30,000. And if you wait until Tony De Niro looks at something and is well pleased, you might buy 2,000 shares. Right now, You got to hold your nose and jump into the pool if anything sounds right here. Look, there's all risk in stocks that are priced this low. I think it's a good time to tell you that I'm not a consultant with the company. There's no benefit to me, Pete, if you buy this or don't. I will tell you, though, there would be a huge peace of mind for me if you suddenly made a lot of money. I would feel like you had made back money that you had lost in GME and AMC, in GTII, in Logic, I don't know if you traded Nixie for a win or a loss, or Finger. I don't know if you traded it for a win or a loss. It would make me feel really good if you made money. And I think that's the difference between, I don't know, Tony. I guess it makes him feel good to always piss on ideas and always point out the obvious bullshit in standard language. Every effing stock on the over-the-counter market, and probably most of them on NASDAQ, have a going concern clause. So thank you to Tony DeNiro for pointing that out. Look, if you want to listen to that shit, just try to survive what's coming with no money. Pete, I would love you to be in the position, whether you wait till 17 or you just get out at 5 or 10. I'd love you to be in a position where you can buy a meaningful amount of physical silver, which is also breaking out. We don't have a lot of time. You can sit on your hands and debate the cautions that Nimrod Tony DeNiro's giving you. He hasn't studied this. He's paid by the shorts. He gets kickback from the shorts, I think. But no one asks him what's his motive to be here. You can question what my motive is. I really think I should stop doing it. But I thought people were going to make money in Finger, GTI, CRTD. I really thought people were going to make money. And I think people are going to make money now. You can say, well, you've been wrong before. Okay, that's fine. I tried to give you a lot of reasons why Railtown works. You know, in the investment banking world or venture capital, a team will look at 100 deals and pick 12, and they'll fund 12. And 6 of them will go to zero. They'll completely crap out. All the money's lost. 3 of them will be, why'd we do that? And it'll take a long time, and they might get their money back. 1 or 2 are going to give returns they can talk about. We made 10% a year on this one. This got bought out, and you netted 8% per year after fees, Mr. Client. But that one that they're looking for is Constellation Software. It goes from, you have to look at the chart. I can't remember, but to my memory, it's 6 cents. Might be 60 cents. But just to quote this analyst, Madden, this guy Madden. Constellation Software has delivered 36,000%. Now, Tony DeNiro would have told you Constellation Software at its inception had a going concern clause. But anyway, you can go with him. It's up to you, Pete. But essentially 19 years ago, Constellation Software started with the same kind of concept. In fact, with the same people that might be having input here. And it's now trades for $5,000 a share. And Tony's making fun of my observation that if it goes to 17 or 5 or 3, you might not want to sell it, as you come to understand that it's an analog to Constellation Software, who went from pennies to $5,000 a share, and he thinks it's unreasonable that you might look at that and say, wow, I don't want to sell it. Well, if you want to eat peanuts, sit underneath the peanut gallery. If you want to become your own central bank, your own financial island in the storm that's coming, I guess I couldn't be banging my drum any more strongly. I think this is one of these things that just out of serendipity we've stepped into. And I don't know how high it's going to go, but it's not, I don't think it's going down. And I think when the market can revalue it, not by Tony the idiot Dinero, but by pension funds, family offices, mutual funds, VC types, bankers, whales. I think Railtown will be repriced. And I think it'll start at 350, and it could be a lot higher. Now, I will caution, I don't know when. I don't know when those buyers can come in. I don't know when they're allowed to come in. Is it when Railtown announces they've finalized the deal and they're putting it up for shareholder vote? Is it then? Or is it after the shareholder? I don't know. But my guess is, just like I'm telling you, if you wait too long, they're going to have to pay up. But the difference is for them to buy 30,000 shares, to buy 100,000 shares, it's just percentage of their portfolio. You know, they paid more. They'd rather pay more. But for you to make this a big part of your financial life, 12 grand? Do you hear me? I think 12 grand can turn into $500,000. When? Are you that impatient? I'd say it could happen this summer, but I mean, anything can happen as enthusiasm builds and buyers come in. And let's go back, Pete the Greek, to the magnitude of the AI market. 15 trillion. 15 trillion. What percentage of that would Railtown and the constellation of companies get? I have no idea. 1%? 0.5%? 0.1%? Or could they get 10%? 20%? They're the first mover in all these aspects. I'm admitting to you, I don't understand the technology of how AI works. But I will tell you, Pete, there was a posting on Twitter. It doesn't come from me, Mr. Dinero, if that's your real name, that said that the revenue in AI partners, and this was posted, I think, about 3 months ago, was 400 million. I just showed you all the companies. Now, the thing is, that's a network of companies. So that if they have 400 million in revenue, AI Partners is the spider in that web. And Railtown's buying the spider, but they have to go out and consume the various items sitting on the web. So that's over time, and that's under the category of more to be revealed. But if you use the 80-20 rule, in other words, 20% of those companies are giving 80% of the revenue, I think you can start with Railtown being able to roll up 20% of the companies. I don't know how long it takes, 30 companies, 35 companies, 40 companies, and let's use less than 80%. They'll get 300 million in revenue. I'm not assuming any growth, no synergies. I'm just leaving it the way it was posted. That post has been taken down, and I think it has something to do with the quiet period, not with it being inaccurate. So let's assume they're able to roll up 300 million in revenue. Then they have their own product. Those 4 companies. I'm just going to pick a number. I think it's low. You can disagree. But I think over the next months, they can show 100 million in forward revenue, for a total of 400 million in revenue annually for that combined company. Now, what don't we know? We don't know how much they pay for that company. We don't know how many shares will be issued. We don't know any of those things. But I think that's a conservative number for some time, let's say by the end of the year, so that Railtown can project in 2026, the combined company can project 400 million in revenue. There'd probably be a going concern clause in that at that time. 400 million, a lot of concern in that, spread across 30 companies. Yeah, that'd probably be a going concern. I'm not gonna be involved. Tony said it had a going concern clause. Yeah. Anyway, 400 million. I'm making a wild ass guess, but let's say they project 400 million for 2006 revenue. I've shown you a study of 91 companies that the average purchase of AI was done at something like 27 times. Let's use 25 times, just because it's easier math. So you have 400 million times 25. That gives you 10 billion in valuation. I think, one thing you got to remember when you have 10 billion in valuation, you might have a going concern clause. And, it might be that good. You got to question. What an asshole. All right, so 10 billion in valuation. Now, your experience, Pete, has been every company we've been in, the market doesn't give credit for anything good. And the shorts come in and destroy it. And you're worried about a reverse split. And you're worried about this and that. Fair enough. What's different here? I posted a video from my old office friend, Morgan Stanley video on AI. I put it on Twitter. It's not so much, it's interesting stuff. But it's not so much, for example, China makes 10 times the amount of drones in 1 month than we make in 1 year. I think it was on there. That might have been a different video that I read. But anyway, it's interesting, and all the money. And anyway, you can watch it. But the key point of that video is Wall Street is educating their sales force, which are your wealth advisors, to understand AI. They are educating their sales force to pitch to you investments in AI. They're going to come at you with the Merrill Lynch asset management, special opportunity, artificial intelligence, bust trust fund 5. And they're going to say to you, you can make 8% with an equity kicker. They're going to come to you with the Morgan Stanley or the BlackRock AI growth ETF. They're going to come at you with the State Street AI Spider ETF. They're going to come at you with the Fidelity Funds AI growth closed-end fund. Anyway, it'll be endless. But they're training their salespeople now. That's what I'm telling you. They're training them now to understand it. They have research against it. And the money that's in America's wealth advisors' accounts is going AI. And you're sitting thinking about your 12K. I don't know how it happened, but right now we have an opportunity to invest in an AI company that I think's mispriced. That's not an idea. It's not a research project. It has already gone through the R&D phase. It is already in the customer acquisition phase. It is proprietary. It is first mover. It has a team that's done this before. And it's acquiring a group whose some of their top minds involved were behind or helped Constellation software. And you're hesitating? What are you waiting for? Till the stock's $5? I don't understand it. I don't understand it. Anyway, if you take 10 billion, just to finish up my point about the education, what I'm saying is that Wall Street has a bunch of analysts. It has a bunch of now wealth advisors that are going to be trained to talk to you about AI. It's got a bunch of family offices. It's got a bunch of funds. It's got a bunch of assets that are going to go AI, 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 E, I, O. That means these kind of numbers that I just gave you, that let's say that Railtown next year is going to do 400 million. It's a whack. 400 million in revenue, and 25 times that gives 10 billion. Next year, your experience, Pete, is I can wait. I can wait. I've heard it before. I can wait for that. What I'm telling you, what I used to experience, and I will agree with you that it doesn't show up maybe at any time now in these corrupted markets. But I think here, they are not going to raise money from Tony De Niro and Jeff Easton. They're not going to do it. They don't need to. And my guess is every company needs to raise a little money. We'll find out. But what I'm trying to tell you, all that excitement, all that valuation will be discounted. It'll be brought forward to now. To now. By these geniuses who manage your money will want to be in AI. They're going to raise money for AI. Where are they going to invest it? This is 160 companies. Oh, Tony De Niro says it has a going concern clause. Listen to him if you want to be a loser. Listen to me if you want to be a winner. There's still risk. There's no guarantees. I'll tell you what, you listen to Tony De Niro, you're guaranteed to be a loser. So we'll divide that, Pete, that 10 billion, we'll divide it by the current outstanding shares, fully diluted, 150 million. That's a little bit more than what they have. So that gives $66 a share. That's what I think Railtown will be valued at, $66 a share. Question is when? Your point, your hesitation means, well, I think it's going to be, show me. They'll do it after the revenue comes in. They'll do it after they get all those contracts. It'll be sometime next year. That's why you're waiting, because that's your experience. You can't make the adjustment that it used to be when the market was full of smart people competing against each other on a level playing field. They had to act. And when they were trying to get ahead of their competition without cheating like Tony De Niro does, in my opinion, they had to discount that news. They had to bring the good news forward to now. So $66 is what I think Railtown, based on what I think they'll do next year, that's what I think Railtown's worth per share, $66. Now, is it worth it right now? No. There's a lot of execution. There's a lot of filling out the story. So when do I think? It could be September. Could it be November? Sure. Could it be December? Sure. Do I think it's going to wait until next year? Probably not. You know why I don't think so? Because all those boys wearing red socks and the ring on their outside finger, they're competing with each other. I'm telling you, this is how Wall Street is. Money is going to pour into AI, and they're going to compete against each other, so they each end up in the top quartile or top 10%. So they can continue to manage money. They can continue to manage money on a 2% fee and a 20% share of the profits. That's what's going to happen. So I think it is plausible that this $66 number happens this year, and it could happen by the end of the summer. Now, that's a raw number. That's a raw number. I think you have to make some adjustments for the things we don't know. We don't really know what the revenue will be next year. We also don't know how many shares they're going to issue to buy those companies. We do know they're going to buy the companies because that's in their announced plan. We do know that the two companies are going to combine. That's in the press releases. We have a sense the revenue's there. We do know it's AI. We know that the combination is going to have the cross-selling and the synergy, and they're talking about, we know there's a lot of positives, but we do not know how many shares will be issued and outstanding. And we're not 100% sure of what the revenue will be next year, either way, lower or higher. So let's take the 66 and let's cut it in half. So that's $33. So I'm cutting it in half to allow for the risk in particular of not knowing how many shares will be outstanding. I'm less concerned about the revenue. I think the revenue will be there. But now let's cut that in half for the revenue. Let's cut that in half for the revenue, to risk the revenue. So that's $15 a share. Okay? So Pete, I just took you on a journey where Railtown, based on metrics that are out there for 91 transactions, and I paid money for that report, based on 400 million in revenue for the AI partners, and based on the company selling its 4 different products, gaining revenue and discounting it, and basically saying, let's just use 400 million. I multiplied that by 25 times, and I came up with a $10 billion valuation, which I frankly think is low. If everything falls into place. But let's say 10 billion, and I divided it by 150 million shares. I got $66. But you know what? I don't know that it's going to be 150 million shares. So I cut the $66 in half. That was $33. I don't know that the revenue is going to be 400 million. So I cut the $33 in half. That's $15. And now I'm going to deduct 2/3 of that number, 15. I'm going to divide 15 by 3, basically. That's $5 as a target. And if I take 2/3 of that, just for the hell of it, to discount it further, that's $333. That's my target. $350 is my target for the revaluation almost overnight of Railtown. But I'm just a pundit on YouTube. Tony DeNiro, if you want someone that cares about you, Pete, go follow Tony DeNiro on Twitter. He wants you to know this. I'll give him equal time because I know he cares about you. One thing I know about Tony DeNiro, he cares about you. Quote, exact quote. Latest somewhat dubious pundit quote. I don't know if I'm dubious or the quote's dubious. Latest somewhat dubious pundit quote from a YouTube live on Saturday, Railtown, RLAIF, and I quote, somewhat literally. Well, you're either quoting me literally or you're not. It's not literal. But anyway, it's fine. I'll go with his quote. Quote, if this 30-cent stock goes to $3 or $5 or $17, you may not want to sell it. It's that good. He's spinning it to sound silly. If it gets to 17, it'll be a reason why it's there. And you're going to feel really good about yourself. And you're going to say, I might take a little off the table, but I'm hanging on, boy. I don't know. I don't know. But anything that goes that high, it's going to be a good story. And so he's bastardizing that a little bit, but fine. Fine, I'll take it. Just remember, he's telling you not to buy. And even Then he says, P.S. RailF also has a going concern warning. So I'll take that he's predicting it's going to go down. You're going to lose money from here. Let's see how it turns out. You see if Tony DeNaro's on your side, Pete, if that's his real name. So I don't even know tomorrow if you can buy the stock at 35 cents. It might be 40 cents. I don't know. But you keep thinking about it. If you think long enough, next week you'll be able to buy 10,000 shares with your $12,000. Right now you can buy 30,000 shares, over 30,000 shares. And Pete, go ahead and believe Railtown is like all these other shitty stories as it turns out. Go ahead. You'll be cheating yourself out of an opportunity. I'll go through it again. I'll write it down again. I shall write it down again. And you can do it with your own pad of paper tonight. And I think it's important to do. I think you should sit down with a beer or a whiskey or a barroom girl and pull out a pad of paper and do your own arithmetic. You can go back. I'll see if I can find it. I don't know if it's here, but the average of 91 transactions over the last handful of years in AI, essentially the average 27 times revenue. Forward, fake revenue, just 27 times revenue. All right, so let me write it down for you so you see it. I'm taking the 400 million revenue for the AI partners. I'm only taking 300 of that for 2026. I'm taking 300 million as their revenue for the companies they acquire. I'm assuming they're going to be able to acquire them in the roll-up fashion that they described. And then Railtown's four I don't know, call it products or divisions for I'll just call it Railtown 4. There are 4 products that they are marketing. First to market, solving big problems. I showed you the markets are 40 billion. I think it was 40 billion and 120 billion, just the 2 they had on their website. They're first to market, proprietary. They're partnered with Microsoft, NVIDIA, and others, AMD. Let's just call it $100 billion market. How much are they going to get? I'm saying 400 million. I'm saying 100 million for those 4. So that adds up to 400 million in revenue. I'm estimating for 2026. 400 million in revenue for the combined companies in 2026. Tony DeNaro will tell you it's a going concern, it's dubious, William is dubious, everything's dubious, doom and gloom. I'm Tony DeNaro. I want you to stay as broke and as trapped and as hopeless as you still are. I'm telling you, I want you to get financially independent. That's what I'm telling you. Do you have to take a risk to do it? Yeah, I think you do. So then I'm taking a multiple of 25x. 25x. Again, the study I showed you yesterday or Saturday had a range from, I think there was one at 12 times revenue, but it was as high as 60, almost 60 times revenue. And the average of 91 transactions, 91 transactions of purchase of AI was 27x. I'm taking 25x. I know it's not much of a discount, but that's where I got the number. That gives you a valuation for Railtown based on estimated 2026 revenue of $10 billion. $10 billion. That's the valuation based on 2026 revenue, which is a complete wild ass guess. It is a complete throw a number on the wall. But what else can I do right now? I'm taking the 400 million that was posted on Twitter. So I'm not making that up for the companies that they are purchasing. I'm reducing it to 300 million. And I'm assuming each of the 4 divisions does 25 million a year. 100 million. So I get 400 million for 2026 times 25, it's the average multiple, gets a valuation of $10 billion. $10 billion for Railtown RLAIF. 10 billion. Now the question is, does the 2026, does this valuation, do you have time to wait? Is it going to come to it in 2027? Or can you do it after you think about it? Or is it going to come in December? I'm telling you, you have no time, 0 time to purchase this at 40 cents. 0 time. Anyway, so then I divided the 10 billion by 150 million shares. That gave me a valuation of Railtown, wild ass guess, of $66 per share. Now, what's the weakness in my guesses? I don't know their revenues. Tony's going to say to you, there's no guarantee. It says in the prospectus, there's no guarantee that they're going to have any revenues. There's a going. You can listen to that if you want. Stay poor. Stay poor. But I will admit that 400 million in revenue, we have no idea. So I'm going to cut this number in half to allow for the fact that we have no clue on the effing revenue. So instead of $66, I'm going to say the valuation is $33 per share. But wait a minute, there's another number that's really, we don't know. How many shares are going to be out at that time? We have no idea. We assume because the guys have done it before. They own 53% of the company. And they're rich. But remember, Tony's telling you it's a going concern. Tony is going to be obsolete once AI takes care. Even the shills will be replaced with AI. All right, so let's adjust for that. We don't know that there will be 150 million shares. There may be 200 million shares. There might be 250 million shares. There might be 300 million shares. So let's cut that in half. That's $16.50 a share. $16.50 a share. Right? Let's now, with the $16.50, let's discount it by 2/3. Let's take off 2/3 of that. That gives us, so I'm going to only take 1/3 of 1650. That gives us $5.50 a share. Can't read it, but it gives us $5.50 a share. You know what I'm going to do now? I'm going to take, let's just take half of that. Let's take half of that. That gives me $2.75. I'm trying to be as severe as I can. Pete, they're not going to wait for you. The family funds, the mutual funds, the ETFs, the investment bankers, the product creators, Goldman Sachs, E.F. Slutton, Merrill Lynch, Morgan Stanley, Fidelity, BlackRock, State Street, Vanguard. They're not going to wait for you to make up your mind. And I think it's a luxury. If you want to go invest in G-Bucks or Finger and see what happens over the next 2 months, I think you're going to miss out on 35 cents. I think you're done on 35 cents. I bet the stock's 40 cents tomorrow. That's all right. I would buy it at 40 cents. I'd buy it at 50 cents. I'd buy it at 60 cents. I'd buy it at $1. Tony's going to say that's dubious. Finger and G-Bucks got slapped hard today. Are we still buying? I'm not right now. Let's see what's happening. There's no hardware at the Apple event. Anyway, I'm not buying Finger or G-Bucks. I think G-Bucks is probably cheap again, but look, Wall Street Wolfie, G-Bucks has a really hard thing. I can't get my head around. How do you convince a guy with $200 million to buy 30% of your company I can't tell what the market cap is. I got a bad, let's go to a different, let's go here. Market, well, it says market cap 339 million. That's much higher. Did they issue stock? Did they issue debt? It's the ex-dividend date. So they have 10% more shares outstanding. So the market cap goes up. Yeah. Anyway, it shows the market cap is 339. That's a lot higher than it was the other day. But anyway, how do you get him to buy 30% of the company with 200 million when he could buy, according to this, he could buy, it looks like 70% of the company for 200 million. I think that's a hard bridge to cross, but they may get across it, particularly if the upside is compelling enough, you know. And then on Finger, you know what happened today. Hi, John. Ralph, congratulations. Congratulations, Ralph. 30,000. You're going to be rich. You're going to be rich. I think. Of course, it's all opinion. I never got any warrants. Anybody else not get the G-Bucks dividend? Good Lord. The G-Bucks dividend was issued to trap the shorts, number one. So it's a freebie. Number two, I don't think it happens instantaneously. My guess is, here's a guy like me, for example, the way G-Bucks, way ex-dividend used to work. I bought G-Bucks and I held it through the record date. So at the close of the record date, I owned the shares. The next day, Thursday, it traded what used to be called ex-dividend. I happened to sell. I knew, it's stupid, but I sold. So I sell it without the dividend. And the buyer knows they're buying it without the dividend. So I should get my dividend. But I would imagine that Wall Street is having a hard time distributing those dividends. So people, it's not automatically being done by computers. Somebody has to look at it and approve it because they're going to have to issue shares from stock loan against, there's no question that they're going to get shares from the transfer agent, but those shares are going to be distributed not to you. God, I don't know why is it so bloody hard to explain this. The DTCC will give the 10% dividend, and I don't know the process. It'll come from the company to the transfer agent to the DTC, or it'll go to the DTCC to the transfer agent, whichever way. The 10% dividend will not be issued to you first. It will be given to your broker dealer at the omnibus, at the globular level. They have a block of stock in street name, not in your name, in street name. If you're at Ameritrade, it says Ameritrade owns that stock. So Ameritrade will get the 10% dividend, not you. What you have, if you're an account at Ameritrade, you have a securities entitlement. You have electronic issue across everything. It's in black and white. You believe it. Hey, it's on my phone. It's in my computer. When I sell it, I get cash. You believe it's real. It's just an entitlement. It trades as if it's the stock, but it's just a bloody entitlement. So Ameritrade got the 10% dividend. Now somebody has to distribute it to their accounts. One answer is just give everyone the dividend. But that means they have to borrow those shares or just create them from thin air. But they're going to try to borrow them first. They have to pay. Everything costs money. It's not going to be the same bloody day. It's not going to be the same weekend, in my opinion. In my opinion. Anyway, let's move on. No warrants. Oh, so I'm wrong. The company is going to handle it themselves. Well, that's interesting. So I got all worked up for nothing. That's good news. If the company handles it themselves, that's good. Eddie Eagle owns Rail. All right, I don't know how much, but that's all right. I'll write down Eddie Eagle. Hey, Richard K. Hey, Girth Mike. Account settings. All right, all right, all right, all right, all right, all right, all right. I'm trying to sound like the Beatles. Well, all right, all right, all right. Yeah, it's the end of one of their songs. Okay, so account settings. You're in at 34 cents. Now that you're in at that price, it'll probably be down tomorrow. Don't panic. Don't regret. I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think it's going to go down, but it could. We have to admit that. We have to admit that there can be a spike downward. My average price, by the way, I think is 37. It's probably now 37 cents. I think it was 38 cents in my IRA before. But anyway, I've been pretty adamant about what I think about Railtown. And I want to just tell you account settings, how I reasonably see the stock trading. I think over the next 2 weeks, just reasonably, I'm not taking out the upside. The upside can be there. Huge, by the way. But I think over the next, this week and next week, I think you can see it go 40, 60 cents. And then let's say the next move starting next week and the following week, I think you'll see it go to $1.20, $2. I stand by my 350 prediction. It wasn't, I don't recall making a specific $5 or $17 prediction like Tony DeNiro suggests that I did, but I remember 350. I've stuck to that one. I think if you go to the third week of June and the first week of July, I think you could see $350, $5. If you go to the first week of July, second week of July, I think you can see $5, $7 in the stock. all of that I might be having it too close because if they need a shareholders vote, which makes sense, I don't know the rules in Canada, it might get pushed out a week or two, but I think you're going to be very happy with your investment. And I think anybody that owns Railtown is going to feel very good about it. And account settings, I hope you make a bloody killing. I don't want you to look at Railtown and all of Tony DeNaro's aspersions aside. I guess what I'm trying to get across is Railtown might not be a trade. It might not be a trade. It might be something you hold. And I would go so far as to say you may never need to trade it because at some point in the future, one of those companies, NVIDIA, AMD, Microsoft, or somebody else, will give you their stock for your shares. So I think you've done a brilliant thing. I admire you for taking the courage to do it. I don't want you feeling like you need to get out of this trade. There's going to be some uncertainty here. And remember, we're retail. We have to pay that uncertainty. We have to pay in our arbitrage. We have to pay the 1, 2, 3 months it takes for clarity. We have no choice. We're not a big hedge fund with, $2 billion to manage. We're not a big retirement fund with $50 billion to manage. We're not Tony DeNaro getting paid by the criminals on the down low. In my opinion, we can't afford to sit and be cynical. We're trying to make an opportunistic investment, and I think this one. And I'll try to give something that Tony can quote exactly instead of almost literally. He can just quote it exactly. I believe Railtown, RLAIF, will create wealth. And I think buying Railtown here, account settings, is like buying Bitcoin for $100 or $200. I think it's buying Facebook for $12 or $20. Now, I'm not saying you have the time to wait a decade for those kind of results. I'm not saying the stock market will be the same market then, but I am telling you, you are getting in. I don't think you're getting in on the ground floor. I think you're getting in on parking level 7, parking level 10, underground. I think you made a very wise, I know it took courage, but I think you're making a wise commitment. Now, if the stock goes to $1 or $2, and right now, you've paid 34 cents. I want to write down the 34 cents. That means you've put I'm really happy for you. I think it's going to be that'll make me happy. I guess so you put 26 grand in, a lot of money. If that went to $1, would you sell it down to 50,000 shares? Maybe, and you take your original money off the table. I'm not telling you not to do that, but I wouldn't do that. If it goes to $2, maybe you only have to sell If it goes to $2, maybe you only have to sell, I don't know, 16,000 shares to take your money off the table. 15,000. I wouldn't do it. If it goes to 350, maybe you only have to sell, I don't know, 5,000 shares to take your original money off the table. Maybe you do that. I wouldn't. I guess what I'm trying to tell you is please ignore Tony De Niro, ignore the shills, ignore the fluctuations. I do think there are, on the margin, there may be some day trader shorts in the stock, because remember, 2 weeks ago it was at 22 cents. It's not a short squeeze play. I'm not saying that. But there could be some people that are having trouble with their day trade, and they're not bound by securities law. They're not bound by integrity. They're not, all it is money. They would tell you it's business, nothing personal. And I swear that's what Tony would tell you if you met him somewhere at a bar. Hey, it was business, nothing personal. It was business. Anyway, I'm really glad that you did it. It's going to be volatile for the next 90 days. I hope you can hang on. I really do hope you can hang on through those 90 days, because when it gets once the merger is completed, and I don't know how long it'll take to clarify revenue and all that, but once buyers start coming in from Canada and research reports, and you start learning the story better, the stock's no longer going to be starting from 30 cents. I think I picked 350, but it could be starting from $5. It could be starting from $7. And yes, Tony, it could start from $17. It could. So I hope you become really rich, account settings. Really rich. I mean, for the hell of it. For the hell of it. Let's see what would happen if Railtown went to $20 and you still had that stock. If it goes to 20, and that's the damn situation you're going to be in, you're going to say, do I sell? Or do I hold on? I'm happy whatever you decide to do. That's a hell of a lot of money, account settings. That is one hell of an account. And I'm here to tell you, I think the Railtown can go to 20. I'm not telling you it's going to go to 20 in a month or even a year. I'm not telling you that. But I'm telling you, anything's happened in the short, it could happen in the short run. My goal is 350 in the short run. So what is it worth to you if my goal's achieved? 76,690 times 3.5. That's a hell of a lot of money. $270,000, $268,000. That is a bloody boatload of money. I'll be so happy for you. I really mean it. I'll be so happy for you. And I hope everybody here can experience that. Hey, PS71. Yeah, I think I said he's not that smart. He's a smart guy. And I think his analysis, a lot of it's good. But it's obvious to a guy like me, so maybe it's not obvious to everyone else. There was one bit of data he had on COSM, trying to remember, that I thought was quite useful. I can't remember what it is, but and he was correct. But I do think he works for the shorts. I do think Tony works for the shorts in COSM, Finger, GTII. Or is he trying to sell you something? Does he have a service to sell or a trading platform to sell? It could be that, but he's not here for free, Ryan. And I suppose if everything goes the way I would like it to do, I'm going to try to build a company of some kind. And if all of this works, I hope everybody's on my mailing list when it comes time to seek investors. But I mean, that's that's so far down the road and so many steps that there's no accounting for it. But he might just be trying to sell his trading service. That could be. But a lot of the things that he says, Ryan, they're like bumper stickers. They're like, oh, wow, he's right. Gosh, he must be smart. But I don't see him telling you, hey, Ryan, here's a company I've studied. Here's the risk reward. If you're looking to take a shot, this is what I think could happen. I don't see him doing that. Obviously, every single stock has risk. And I'm telling you, with the stock market and guys like Tony against you, if he is what I think he is, most of them are going to get destroyed. And we've learned that. And frankly, I don't want to play with them anymore. I don't want to play with these short squeeze type stocks anymore. I'm just not interested. So if I can get enough of you, I wish everybody had a chance to get into Railtown on the cheap, in my opinion, so that people can get out of this nightmare period of our lives, either in the green or at least whole. I don't see Tony DeGennaro, Tony Money, help giving you any ideas to help you do that. But if he's smart, if his criticisms make sense to you, you should listen to him and follow him. But I'm telling you, in my judgment, sometime next year probably, there's going to be a financial panic. And, it'd be an interesting question. Do we hang on to Railtown through thick and thin? I don't know. But if I can create for many of you some semblance of financial independence, and maybe you can buy some silver, or maybe it'll be platinum. Maybe by that time it'll be gold. We can all ride out the storm and get into. There'll be a morning after all of it, and there'll be a good life afterward. But I'd like to see you not have to start with zero, not have to start with not have to start with everybody else. I'd like to see you ahead of the game. And I think Railtown provides that. I hope that there'll be other investments that I can suggest, particularly in the mining and ultimately oil and gas. But I'm hoping that I'll still be in line for AI recommendations too. So let's see how it goes. But yeah, I'd say, Tony, I shouldn't have. That was a wise ass comment on my side. I would say he's smart. He makes the criticisms of an accountant. He makes the criticisms of an attorney. And I was down in Louisiana after fighting a hostile takeover which was in the form of an involuntary bankruptcy. I think that's what it was called. And it would have happened, except I fought it, and I put up my own money. It was a lot of money, paid for everything, till I ran out of my money. But I spent a ton of money flying attorneys and flying all that. And then when it came time, my attorney, who was I think is a self-centered bastard, as I look back on it, but when he represented my company, and he had an opportunity to represent the class, and he asked me, and I said, which one will you make more money with? And he'll say, with the class. I said, okay, fine, you can go. So I had to get a different attorney, which cost money and ended up costing in the payout. But I think he made a ton of money, I'll tell you that. Not get rich money, but anyway, I tried to show him a kindness. Anyway, let's not go back over it because there's more to the story. But the one thing I learned, I went to the restroom with my new attorney, who was a character, a young guy, good guy. He would show up in court with a seersucker suit on and a hat, because I think he was bald. And he had a flair for the courtroom. He kept calling oil product, but I guess that's what it is, the product. And anyway, I went in to take a leak at one point, and he happened to be taking a leak, and as men do, we end up standing nearly next to each other, trying to not look as we are pissing. And there was a barrier. He started talking to me. What do I do? What's my overseas accounts? All that kind of crap. And then he said, I admire you. I admire what you do. You're in there, you're raising money, you're taking a shot. He said, I'm a lawyer. I'll never be rich. I'll never be rich. I'll have a good living, but I'll never be rich. And that, if you want to listen to Tony De Niro, you'll never be rich. You'll just always be, I don't know your financial situation. He's comfortable, but I think I don't know if you are or are not, but just always be. Yeah, it's fine too. It's a choice. It's a choice. The reason I'm so adamant today, I want you to know there's no time left. There is no time left to buy Railtown. Now, could I be off I could be off by a month. But in a I don't know, a 5 or 10 year cycle, that's nothing. That's nothing. And I really feel the pressure to let you know that I think in this stock, unique to any other stock we've talked about, that the dynamic that used to occur where everybody's wanting to buy, so they bring forward the good news, and when there's good news, the stock goes up. I think that's coming. I believe if there are any, I just think it's a handful of shorts. That day on 2 Mondays ago, they drove it down to 22 cents. It wasn't trading in Canada. So to me, that was either you guys or some people. But remember, 53% of this company is held by insiders. 53%. They're not selling. They're not selling. Anyway, I don't know if there's shorts in this. I'd be surprised if it's a short squeeze story, but to the extent that there are some day traders who were playing the downside, I just think they're going to be in trouble. I think they're going to be in trouble. So right now with Railtown, we're in the 4 months have gone by since they announced the memorandum of understanding to buy AI Partners. We're starting to see some news come out. So it's giving me this little bit of tickler, this little bit of alarm that it's about time to announce the acquisition has been completed. Now, there's some things I don't know. I don't know the timing of that, right? It could be the week of July 4th. I just have a feeling it's going to be in June. That's all. It's a first half item to get done. I just feel like it's going to be in June. I could be wrong. But it's already been 4 months. How much longer do they need? I think it's going to get done. Then the other question that I have is, these are big transactions. Do you have to put it up for a vote? I don't know. We'll find out. But in any event, once it's completed, once the acquisition is completed, all the money that's standing on the sidelines can come in. And all I'm trying to suggest to you with Railtown, as news like today comes out, I just think there's going to be buying. And I don't know how much stock is for sale. I don't think there's shorts. So who's selling? I don't think there's much for sale. So I expect at some point, you're not going to be able to buy at these prices. So my hammering at home Saturday and today, Tony likes to make fun of it because he's a DAC. But I'm trying to do my best. I've noticed when I give innuendo or I give guidance, people don't hear it. So I'm doing my best to be as direct as I can possibly be. That I think doesn't mean I'm right. That's the problem. That's the problem. Doesn't mean I'm right. But I think that you don't have much time, if any, to buy into Railtown. And it could be as simple as on Wednesday, it's 45 cents. And on Thursday, it's 60 cents. And on Friday, it's 80 cents. It could be that. Or it could take 2 weeks. Or it could do something much more dramatic. I don't know. Ask Tony. Ask Tony. He's got some advice for you. He studied Railtown. He has studied it, boy. He's studied AI. He's talked to people involved. Yeah, ask Tony. Get your advice from Tony. Hey, Donna. New Railtown count. Bob S. Wow. Wow, Bob. Nice price. That's the nice price. That's the nice price. Bob S has 167, 205. Bob, you're amazing. You are amazing. You are amazing. I hope you make a lot of green. I hope you make a lot of green. Akira likes it. Account settings like it. 300. All right, Akira, I'm putting you down. I think it's great. I think 300 is great. I do. I think it's great. All right, what's the worst thing that could happen, according to me? Leaving out the absurd, like a meteorite could hit Toronto, leaving out all the Deus ex machina type things. What's the worst thing that could happen? I mean, these things aren't going to happen. But one thing that could happen is the guys do a toxic financing. They're not going to. They've been through it before. They have all the money they need. And they own 53% of the company. But that's, if they did that, that would be bad news. I don't think it's going to happen at all. I mean, I think the odds of their taking toxic financing are essentially zero. What else could happen? The merger wouldn't occur. That could be maybe the shareholders vote down the merger or something. I think in that environment, you would still have Railtown able to get their own revenue. I mean, frankly, I think they could get up to $500 million or $1 billion a year in revenue. Not right away, but maybe over the course of a couple of years. And again, I believe the market is going to discount good news. They're going to bring good news to now, from the future to now in AI. There is going to be a wall of cash coming out of Wall Street for AI. That's what I see. That's my, remember Mimi said you'll have a good nose. My other client said I can see around corners. That's what I see around the corner, is there's going to be a wall, a flood of money coming into AI. Where the hell is it going to go? NVIDIA? I guess, but NVIDIA's already way up. It's coming here. And other AI products. But by buying this one, you're buying into 170 companies or something like that. What else could go wrong? If one of the founders got hit on the head with a satellite from space, there's still the other founder around. So I don't think there's a key man issue. There is always, but I don't think there's a key man issue here unless they're both flying the same single engine plane over Alaska while the Boris Aurelius is strong, and the Russians have sent a missile via Canada to Camp David. I don't know. I can't make it up, but I don't think there's a key man risk here. What else could go wrong? I guess the only other thing I would see is time. So whilst I'm coming out and telling you now, which I mean it, that's what I feel. But I guess I could be wrong on that. It could be, we might be in too early, and it might be July before meaningful stair-step moves occur. But that's not really bad. That's just waiting. Account settings, I don't see risk in this. Now, obviously, it's all of these stocks are high risk. They're all speculative. So as a genre, they're risky. But in that context, if you're taking that envelope of hundreds of stocks, I would put this, if you put a gradient of risk within the highly speculative bubble, I would put this in I don't see a lot of risk in it category. It's through its R&D. It has 4 products ready to sell, and they're already marketing it. They have a relatively small cap table. The market cap's 50 million. 50 million. I showed you the acquisitions. If they generate 10 million in revenue in their first year, and that's all they ever do, which is silly. And therefore they wouldn't be making any acquisitions. They would be the same number of shares. There wouldn't be an expansion of shares. That's $1.66 a share. Call it $1.50. So even if they just get out of the gate with shitty revenues of 10 million a year, $1 million a month, it's AI. It'll be bought out at 25x. That's $1.50 a share. I just really don't think there's much risk here, account settings. And that's why I'm going a little overboard. And Tony makes fun of me because I'm a dubious pundit, or that the targets are dubious. Not that he's done any work on it. Not that he's ever spoken to me. I don't have a high opinion of Tony Denaro. Michael Quintero bought 500 more. All right. All right. Yay. Justin Babish. I added some more. 32.8. All right. That's great. Great price. That's great. Love it. Hey, Liana. Someday I'll get a shave. You added. All right, Liana added. I didn't even know how big it was, but that's great. That is great. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. John is great. Coin stores are selling silver at spot. That's where you go get it. I'll look for your email and I'll talk about it maybe tomorrow. Yeah, I'll give you my email address. It's pretty easy. It's a play on. My dad used to tell me, he'd say, son, when people ask you how to pronounce your name, because they pronounce it all different ways. Ferrand, that's the one most common. Mr. Ferrand. Which oddly it might be what it was. There's a city in France called Clermont-Ferrand. And that's the Huguenots, the Catholics. Although I don't know that Huguenots were Catholic. I have to look that up. But anyway, Clermont-Ferrand is spelled my name only with an E. And I bet when they came in to the United States, they anglicized it to Ferrand. but maybe not. Farron might be out of, there's other places where Farron exists, but they may have anglicized it. Being Catholic was not a winning ticket, and being Irish Catholic was not a winning ticket. I know it wasn't as tough as being a white woman in America or being a slave. I know that, but for some reason they changed the name, or maybe not. We don't know for sure. But oddly, Ferrand, Mr. Ferrand, that might be the right way to do it. That's it. Fair and balanced. My dad used to say, if people ask you how to pronounce your name, just tell them it's like the weather. It's fair and cool today. Fair and cool today. But I thought if I signed up for fair and cool, you guys would think I was being, what's the word? Self-centered? That's the wrong word. Too cool for school. So I took fair and balanced, like Fox Noise. Fair and balanced. Fair and balanced. FARRAND balanced at gmail.com. Fair and balanced at gmail.com. My last name and the word balanced at gmail.com. And by the way, maybe it doesn't show up on YouTube. My last name ends with a D, not with a 1. So it's FARRAND. Donna bought more. All right. 10K more, Donna. Oh, Donna. That's a great position. That is an awesome position. Michael Quintero, another 1,000. I think I wrote that. No, another. All right. Hey, Mike. Stormy shots. What? I'm down a little on ZJYL. Yeah. Is Ham going to be on the show today? I don't know. Ham doesn't come on anymore. He's got a really good team production on Twitter with Kristen and I think with Giannis. So if you need to hear his input, I think it'll be there. I think he did a call last night. Where can I buy RLAIF? Well, I don't know where you are. It's on it's a Canadian company. Sorry. And the symbol in Canada is RAIL, RAIL. And here, to even get that quote, you have to put .cn, RAIL.cn. But in the States, it trades RLAIF. And I don't know that there's any problem buying it. But I use E-Trade. I don't know if there's a restriction anywhere. I really don't. I've never had a problem buying it under the symbol RLAIF on E-Trade. So I assume you can do it anywhere else, Will. Yeah, revolution number 9. God, that was a lot. I must be behind. Hey, Will, let me just show you. Will, let me show you the symbol on Canada. And then in the States, it's that. Oh, that doesn't, you can't read that probably. Not sure I can. There, that's better. Rail.cn and RLAIF. That's US here, US, and that's Canada. It is a Canadian company. But I don't know if you can't buy it at your brokerage firm. If you have a full service brokerage firm, they're probably going to say no, it's under $5 or under $1. I don't know where's the easiest account for you to open. Maybe IBKR. Maybe IBKR. Yeah, Nixie is showing. Let's just quickly talk about Nixie. Let's quickly talk about Nixie. I don't know what's going on there. The press releases have been very clear that they're going to get, I mean, if they have anything to say about it, they're going to get to 10 million a month in revenue. And even at this depressed price, I hope temporarily for finger motion, has what we know of is 35 million in revenue. And I assume with this alliance, finger motion's revenue is going to go up. But just going with what we know, it's not a perfect comparison because it's partly a projection and partly in the history. But as a market cap, if Nixie were to trade at the same level as finger motion, that's 3x from here. That's $6. And is it possible because of the revenues that they've talked about? Yes, I think it is. I think it is. But I've got to, Tim, what I've got to tell you, and when I sold it, I didn't know any of this. It's on Twitter, and I found out about it after I sold it. And I got a lower price than anybody else on Nixie to sell. I got a bad deal. Let's see. Doesn't have a date on it. Oh, there it is. No. Anyway, I don't know when I think I got this on Saturday, but I read it on Sunday. I read it to you before, but it looks like there is a date here. It's on Twitter. The guy's name is SEC Filings Digest. And it looks like it's automated. Nix resignations. Nixie Inc. reported the resignation of its independent auditor, Sahlberg & Co., on July 2, 2025, with no disagreements or reportable events noted during its service. The auditor's report included concerns about the company's ability to continue as a going concern. I mean, it's always in there. So I don't know what it means to him. So that's a red flag. That is a red flag. But it also, at the same time, it doesn't highlight any negatives. What it does mean, though, I think, is time. I think they have to find a new auditor. The new auditor has to, for SEC purposes, has to do 2 years of audits. It's just time. And so will Nixie stay strong based on the revenues? It really deserves, if the revenues come in and keep growing, Nixie deserves to be trading higher. But if this interferes with, I don't know, corporate action or a money raise or I can't make it up. Nixie could be sideways for a while. I just don't know. I'm hoping to get more information. I've made a few calls. It might be, they might already have a new auditor, and it might be easy to plow ahead. They raised some money at $1.50, so they should have plenty of cash to cover all expenses. Anyway, I just bring that to your attention again, that the auditor resigned, and there's no reason given, but I don't think you can assume that there's nothing to worry about. There might be. I don't know. Just don't know. GTII update. Your shares in GTII are worthless, and they will remain so. They will never have a value that's meaningful. If you want an update on court proceedings, receivership, scale back of shares, a campaign against what appears to be theft inside of the company, I think you need to go listen to Richard Hoffman. He does a very good update on it. But GTII, which I think was squeezing, it was a squeeze play, and I think it was squeezing. But the criminals had a whole bag of tricks, and they stopped it and delayed it and delayed it and delayed it. I think they infiltrated as well. And my guess is that the CEO's family got impatient. They watched $1 billion piss away, so they started spending things, I'm guessing. So whatever they get the number of shares down to, let's say they get it from 450 million down to 100 million. I don't know what they're going to be able to do. Ben, you're going to be a percentage of that 100 million. But in order for a new investor to come in and finance a deal, it's probably going to be some sort of sophisticated investor that doesn't want to come into the company first. They don't want to risk their money. So I think GTII will come to you with a proposal and look to raise money. At that time, you can ask me what you think, what I think about GTII. If they merge into a new company, they will raise money, and they'll probably come to you first. You can ask me then. Then there'll be a big group financing it. You'll be the first money in the pool. They'll have some protections, and it'll move forward. The odds are, Ben, that if they get GTII down to 100 million shares outstanding, once they do the reverse split, once they merge in a new company, once they raise more money, the 100 million shares existing will represent no more than, my guess, no more than 5% of the new co. So that's what's called a cram down. You'll be crammed down. You might find that your shares trade, but through different mechanisms, it's going to be a tiny, even if the company becomes successful, you might make $400. So the only way you're going to make money in GTII is to buy more shares. And I'm telling you right now, if you want to put more money in GTII, buy Railtown. I can't give you financial advice. But if you want to make your money back, or a good chunk of it, or have an investable account by Railtown. Don't wait for GTII. Where's G-Buck's warrant? On hold. Talks to corporate action department. 5 minutes later. Record date was 6/5. Payable date is 7/5. Oh, God. That's not even true. It wasn't 6/5. Was it? Maybe it was. Yeah, sorry. Record date was 6/5. Okay, that's the Thursday. That's the Wednesday. Why am I having a hard time with my calendar in my head? 6/5 was yeah, okay. Okay. So that is true. The record date was 6/5. That's accurate. I don't think there's such a thing as payable date. I mean, I don't know if they've changed the terminology, but there's a record date. That's interesting. The payable date is the 5th. So they, the good news, PS71, the good news might be that they're still working on the deal with this investor, and they put the payable date out long enough so they could still organize it such that he would benefit from that warrant as well. It gives them time to, it's just pricing it, negotiation. That's interesting. They have a right to set when they pay it. They do have that. There's no standard. There is a standard. There used to be a standard. I don't know if there still is. It used to be 5 days usually. 5 days after the X date. I'm trying to think what that would mean in a time of T+1. The PS71, the problem is they don't have the shares to give. And so they've got a whole lot of back office stuff to do, borrowing and et cetera. So it doesn't surprise me. Let me look into that. Payable date 7/5. I can look right now. What's the symbol? G-Bucks. GiveBucks announces approaching ex-dividend date. Okay, let's just read that. GiveBucks announces a special warrant dividend with an ex-dividend date of June 5th. Shareholders receive 1 warrant for every 10 shares owned with an exercise price of $4. Investors must purchase G-Bucks by January 4th. They give an email so you can reach. I keep getting an ad that blocks me out. They get Bob Thompson, I think his name is. You can ask him, but I didn't see a payable, there's a record date and then a distribution date. I didn't see it. The record date is when you earn the shares. It's the record date. It's going to be interesting to see what they do with me, because technically I already owned them, and I sold it on Thursday. But they may, I don't trust any of it anymore. I'm not selling a single share $50. Well, account settings. Let's talk about that as news comes out. But there is the very real possibility. I'm not saying right away. I am not saying it right away. There's a very real possibility that this company ends up getting bought out. That's what's going to happen. Because there's going to be a race to have the best AI. And I was thinking about it over the weekend, yesterday. This is, and I admit I'm not a software guy. I don't even know how to use what I'm doing. But this software teaches itself. So if you're the first to market and you're the first to get customers, the software is learning as it's working with customers. I'm not saying that it can't go obsolete at some point. I don't know. I remember my answering machine. Nobody has those anymore. Of course, I remember phone booths. I remember black and white TVs. So, but what my point is in the AI space, which is rapid, being first to market, getting customers, and then the software itself is self-learning, always getting better, rapidly getting better. That's pretty hard to catch up with that. So I think there's going to eventually, unless this company is the next Netscape, which I guess it could be, that's what you're too young to remember, but clients used to always refer to Netscape. Now I don't think anyone's even remembers Netscape. But unless this becomes its own, one of the Mag 6s, its own NVIDIA or Facebook, which I'm not even suggesting that it will. I guess it could. If it becomes an imitation of Constellation software, I guess it could be big all on its own. That's possible. I don't know. But I think it could be bought out. I'm pretty darn sure that there'll be companies knocking on the door to buy it out. This is why I'm attuned to this opportunity. It happens all the time in the oil and gas space. All the time. A little company is operating and growing. And next thing you know, boom, somebody comes and they pay up for it. So that's why I see a comparison. Frank McLean. I can't find a platform to trade from UK Railtown. What was that company that I had in London? Peel Hunt? I think it was Peel Hunt. I think I had an account at Peel Hunt. You could try them. And then the other thing is, you're in the UK. Can you buy in Canada? Buy rail.cn. Just buy it in Canada. Buy it in Canada. Or what else? IBKR. IBKR, I bet you could open an account with IBKR in the UK. IBKR, what's that name for? Interactive Brokers. I bet you can open an account with Interactive Brokers. And I think they do the trade for you. So David says, and he's probably right, they're supposed to be given. Yeah, I remember reading, David, that they were going to electronically distribute it. But as I was trying to explain before, if the they is the transfer agent or the company, they would electronically deliver it to the street name, not to. So then it's up to the broker dealer to further subdivide the accounts. And I bet they're deciding whether or not they want to commit fraud. Sue Radcliffe, yay! Yay, 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 yay. I'm glad to see that, Sue. That's great. Great price. She's flying high in her mansions. And I'm here getting stoned or something like that. Lewis Shetland. Yay! I love it. I love it, Lewis. Good job. Good job. I love it. Yeah, I haven't looked. I didn't look at the emails. I'll do it tonight or tomorrow morning. I've been under some stress for other things, and last night I wish I'd watched the tennis, but I was brokenhearted that Djokovic lost. But that was a great 5-set match. I wish I watched. But last night I went to dinner by myself and then came home and I guess I read. And then I watched some movie. So I'll try to look at the emails tonight or in the morning. So sorry, I'll do that. I had a little list. I think I went through everything I wanted to. Let me just check. I congratulate all of you and thank you for having confidence in the recommendation. But I congratulate each of you for buying Railtown. This is not a short squeeze play. This isn't, an engineered, we're going to distribute this, do this, catch, which I'm all for all that. But I think this is, we're just stepping in front of, the timing is almost perfect. You guys, even Sue, who paid 36 cents, are paying less than I originally paid. I have a small position, although it's nice. It's the same as it's in that 33,000 range, I think, in my IRA. I'd have to look. It's something like that. So it's not a huge value right now, but that's a nice. I think Sue has 5,000. I think that's a huge number. I really do. I think you're going to be happy Um, just to explain, Tony is denigrating me that yeah, I know the G-Bucks. Yeah, you can still swap out of G-Bucks. You can still swap out. Sue, that's the decision I had to face. Wishing I had done something different, or what can I do right now? And I'm actually encouraged that G-Bucks isn't going to, well, I don't know if it has anything to do with G-Bucks. I think it's just the broker dealer saying a month away. Anyway, it really, for me, came down to a decision. Did I think G-Bucks was going to have a dramatic move in the next, let's say, month? And also Fingers are going to have a dramatic move in the next month. And Nixie. And I couldn't confidently say yes about two of them. And the third one, I thought, well, it could. But then the risk is that Railtown moves so dramatically. But it might not. That's the thing. Has anything ever really moved as quickly as we think? No. But I think Railtown is the one. Now, look, I've been in Railtown. I've been talking to you about Railtown, I think, since October. And for me, it's been something simmering there all this time. It's not a suddenly Susan type thing, like the movie, or Suddenly Seymour. Suddenly Seymour. It's not that. It's building up, and I just don't think there's much more time for Railtown. That's all. Forget about Tony. Yeah. Post link. I don't know how to post links. So let's look at a few things. Let's see where Railtown closed. Nice. Closed at 36. Very nice. Very nice. And that's the high. That's good. See what the volume was. It's not a lot of volume, so that's good. 115,000, that's good. I think it's great, guys. I know you're probably bummed that if you paid 36 when you could have paid 29 last week, but if I'm right, you're not going to care that you paid 36. You're just not going to care. And then let me try one more thing. And then I think I'm going to sign off. I haven't eaten. Let's just see if there's anything here no. Okay, so we'll just keep our eyes out. Tomorrow I'll try to come on. I might be busy during the morning. I don't know exactly when I'll come on. I'll try not to be so insistent on Railtown tomorrow. I was pretty insistent Saturday. I think I just want to get it across that if you even have a sniff of interest, you got to pounce. Could I be early? Sure, but I don't think I'm early by much. A matter of days probably, but it could be weeks, could be a month, but I don't think so. But the biggest risk with Railtown, if it doesn't happen, it doesn't mean the risk doesn't exist. The biggest risk in terms of buying it is that there's a lot of smart people, much smarter than I am particularly on AI, that could jump in at any time. And this price, I think the price is being held down because we're in the quiet period for the acquisition. And so the question is, when does the acquisition get finalized? Well, it's been 4 months. I think June, but could it be later? Sure, it could be later. But so I'm making a little bit of an assumption there. And then once it is finalized, I guess they'd announce it. But if it has to go for shareholder vote, which I assume so, these things do, how long does that take? And more importantly, is once it's announced and it's going for shareholders vote, it is my opinion that all of the pent-up buyers, the people who are waiting on the sideline for the quiet period to end, can buy because they know all the facts. It's all been disclosed. So there would have been full disclosure. I think they can buy. But will they wait until
software development clarity? Railtown's AGI conductor is your constant ally, seamlessly handling routine tasks, resolving complex issues, and enhancing documentation with unmatched intelligence. Conductor 2 revolutionizes continuous integration and deployment, automating ticket generation, bug fixing, and infrastructure updates, boosting productivity exponentially. Conductor 3 elevates developer efficiency even further, pinpointing code errors early, suggesting instant fixes, and streamlining testing. Railtown transforms your entire development lifecycle. Thank you for joining Railtown's exciting mission. Invest today and shape the future of software engineering excellence together.
My fellow Americans, it is with
this is Twitter.
that I am declaring that anyone who protests or interferes
this is Twitter. I don't want to piss anybody off.
Gay.
I don't want to piss anybody off. Let's play this one again.
Join us as we redefine software engineering excellence. Our stellar partnerships enhance innovation, making Railtown the go-to platform for developer productivity and cutting-edge engineering solutions. The software developer market is booming. With 30 million developers and growing, our potential is vast and vibrant. We're targeting an enormous opportunity, $182 billion in developer tools by 2024, skyrocketing to $250 billion by 2029. The future is bright. Poor quality software costs the U.S. economy a staggering $2.41 trillion annually. Railtown tackles this massive, costly challenge head on. 40% of engineering dollars are wasted on bad code and technical debt. Railtown dramatically reduces these costs, saving billions annually. Every UI bug costs Uber $2 million per hour. Railtown's innovative solutions mitigate such costly disruptions effectively. Manual mobile testing can't scale efficiently. Railtown provides automation solutions that significantly reduce maintenance time, enhancing productivity. A single software bug cost billions when millions saw the blue screen of death. Railtown solutions are your essential shield against such costly disruptions. Railtown operates on a robust enterprise SaaS model, metering data per seat, project, and month, offering flexible scalability to our customers. Security is paramount. Railtown proudly holds the esteemed AICPA-SOC, Type 2 certification, ensuring trustworthy and secure operations. Our proprietary application general intelligence model, the Conductor, brings unparalleled intelligence and automation to developer productivity engineering. With deep application understanding, Railtown's Conductor continuously learns your system, enhancing efficiency and stakeholder insight effortlessly. Task automation at its best. Railtown boosts team velocity, minimizes technical debt, and vastly improves overall software quality. Adaptive learning means Railtown grows smarter with each interaction, ensuring constant improvement and alignment with evolving applications. Detailed monitoring and insightful reporting capabilities enable strategic decisions, empowering teams to achieve unprecedented productivity gains. Railtown uniquely integrates siloed data streams, tickets, DevOps, and logs to provide comprehensive, actionable insights, redefining software development clarity. Railtown's AGI Conductor is your constant ally, seamlessly handling routine tasks, resolving complex issues, and enhancing documentation with unmatched intelligence. Conductor 2 revolutionizes continuous integration and deployment, automating ticket generation, bug fixing, and infrastructure updates, boosting productivity exponentially. Conductor 3 elevates developer efficiency even further, pinpointing code errors early, suggesting instant fixes, and streamlining testing. Railtown transforms your entire development lifecycle. Thank you for joining Railtown's exciting mission. Invest today.
Thank you. That's exciting. All right, let's see what this
Productivity.
is.
Join us as we redefine software engineering excellence.
Is this the one we
Our
just heard?
stellar partnerships enhance
Yeah, we
innovation,
just heard this one.
making Railtown the go-to platform for
We just heard that one. I'll play it again tomorrow.
to revolutionizing developer productivity.
Yeah, it's the same one. Okay. But I'll play it again tomorrow. I'll play that tomorrow too. All right. Is finger cooked? I'm down 1,300. Why are you down that much? The stock was up. Why didn't you sell some? I think I was pretty clear myself. I think it pissed people off, but when it was 5, I thought 5 was much further than I expected it maybe to go to 3, maybe 4. I said it could go to 5 or 6, but I thought 5 was pushing the envelope a little bit. I was hoping the annual report would have said something more decisive. It didn't. The news today on Finger, I think, is great. I really do. But it's a little light on how it's being paid for. And I think that's where the shorts are taking advantage of it because remember, MULN had great news time after time after time. But the key isn't the bloody news. It's if they have a company with 100 million shares, if they can cause the company, this is how they think. If they can cause the company have 1 billion shares out, the news doesn't hurt on a per share basis. That's how they think. I'm not saying they're going to be successful with Finger that way, but that's why they sell. That's why they sell. So I'm not surprised that it was good news today. They sold it down. I don't think Finger, I don't know what you mean about Finger being cooked. I think it was cooked, it was well done at $5. You could have made a profit. But you took the risk that it was going to squeeze, I guess. So I think where you stand now, you had chances to get out at 454, 353. Now it's 225. Where you are is, this is how I see it. What's the best allocation of my money, or part of my money anyway, for the next 90 days? Let's say, I always get it confused. Is it Labor Day weekend in September? Anyway, for back to school day, where's the best place for my money? June, July, August. June, July, August. September, maybe. And I would submit to you, Finger has a good chance of, the chart looks like shit right now. So I don't know what the upside target would be, but I think Finger has a good chance of really getting into gear with this C2 contract. That's a nice announcement today. And they can make progress on their insurance, reinsurance potential. They can, their big data could have a breakthrough. And they continue to excel at their top up and SMS and rich communications business. So I think Finger can get very strong over the next 3 months to 6 months. What does it do in the stock price? I'm not sure. I think it's going to take time, unless there's a surprise. I think Finger Motion is going to take time to build up another head of steam. You won't sell into the head of steam because you think it'll start squeezing. It's human. I'm not making fun of you. It's just human. It's very difficult to sell. And so what happened to me last week, Thursday, I just had this simmering story in my mind on Railtown, and I wanted to own Railtown. So, and that's been going on for a while. I first told you about this story a while ago. I just think it's gotten, with the new, I'm talking about the news announcements, they've gotten bigger and bigger. I never thought Railtown would be buying AI Partners. I was excited when they joined it. And then they're buying it? That's pretty impressive. But so last week, Landon, I sold, well, actually, I think I sold my Nixie at a tiny profit or a tiny loss. It wasn't a big, I think it was a push. G-Bucks actually made a tiny bit of money on that trade, but it bugged me to sell both. That's what I want to get to you. It bugged me because I still believe that revenue for Nixie is so strong. Later, only later, did I find out Nixie fired it, or the accountant resigned. That's a warning sign, and I don't know what it means, but it is a warning sign with Nixie. And then G-Bucks, for me, they didn't get the deal done by the time of the record date. Kind of confusing. I'm confused to see that the market cap is showing up at 340 million. I swear when I last looked, it was 230 million. But maybe that's from the dividend. I don't know. Because the stock price has gone down. But anyway, I'm rambling. My point is that it wasn't easy for me to sell those stocks. I really wanted them to be successful. I really wanted them to go up so I could then sell them and turn them maybe into even more Railtown. But at the core of it, I said to myself, it's like ripping a Band-Aid off a cut. You know it's going to hurt. I just did it. And in the short run, I got a lower price in Nixie than you all, if you're selling, are getting. I didn't get a great price, and I overpaid for Railtown. Although now I think I'm okay. I think I paid 33, both sides of 33 cents when I bought it, like 33.20 something and 37.90 or something like that. But you just have to steel yourself when you're making the decision. Yeah, that's going to go up, but I ran out of time. I want to be in Railtown. What I'm telling you, despite what the peanut gallery is saying, Railtown is like catching a wave. Railtown is like going into the water with the waves and trying to body surf, and you're walking out there and walking out there and walking out there because it's the Atlantic Ocean. It's not Hawaii. And you're walking out waiting, little wave, little wave, little wave, little wave. You try to catch one, you fail. You try to catch one, you fail. You try to catch one, you fail. But then all of a sudden, in the distance, you see 3 big waves coming, but right next to it, for some reason, a surfboard's coming as well. So you're able to go out deep, and not only is a big wave coming, but there's a surfboard. So you climb the surfboard. I don't know how to do that. And you get on the surfboard and you catch this wave. The wave is AI. The wave is Wall Street is educating their entire sales force, and that's what it is. It's a sales force. They are educating their sales force to sell you AI. It'll be in the form of ETFs, mutual funds, managed money, maybe IPOs. It'll be in all sorts of ways, but they're getting ready to pitch you AI. Where's the money going to go? It's got to go to AI companies. How many AI companies do you know? I don't know that many, frankly. I know Railtown. And then all of a sudden, Railtown is 100, they're acquiring a network of 160 companies. That seems like one-stop shopping to me. And Railtown already has a product that's already on the market. It's AI, it's self-learning, it's proprietary, and it's a closed system. So the wave is all of that. The surfboard, I think, is Railtown, and the combo with AI partners. And it's just, if we can stay on the first or second wave, third wave, you know, if we miss the first run up and pull back, if we can stay in there, then I'll run up, pull back. If we can stay in there and then we catch the biggest wave of all with it, that's what I see Railtown as. This is a wave. And Wilbur Smith used to write these books. I can't remember a single name, but I read 2 or 3 of them. My stepmother read them, and I read one that I really enjoyed about South Africa and gold. I read another one about, his books are these spanning generations, 5 continents. Anyway, rags to riches. And this one guy said in the book, I can't remember which book, he said that in the course of a human life, you're lucky if you get one big wave. And in his case, he got a second wave, and he took it, whatever it was, I can't remember, but I remember the concept. And I think this Railtown wave, for as many of us that take advantage of it, will either give us some money to trade with in other ideas, or it could bring our whole experience whole. You can walk away. You can go ask Tony De Niro to manage your money or to give you some guidance. He's got some really good ideas. I imagine his advice would be treasury bills or CDs. There's no lawyer warning in there. If you buy U.S. Treasury, you may never get your money back in its full value, because the lawyers don't have to write that because they don't get sued. But in prospectuses, they have to put, this is a going concern issue, because they don't want to get sued. Their insurance companies would not let them put out a document without that disclosure. But to a smart guy like Tony, he thinks he's found the holy grail of disclosure, as if it means something. You got to study this stuff. And you got to be open-minded that it's not just all negative. But anyway, I think in the case of Railtown, much to my surprise, by the way, much to my surprise, I'd rather be telling you to buy mining companies right now. But to my total surprise, Railtown, which I thought was going to be a quick trade, sort of October, November to maybe January, February. That's what I thought. It's been longer. It's been frustrating, but man, is it bigger. It is so much bigger than it was. So, Landon, if you feel cooked on Finger, I don't know how many shares you got, but for every share of Finger you have, and I don't want to tell people to sell Finger. That's not my goal. But since you're feeling cooked, God, it's 220. It's at 230 in the aftermarket. So let's say by the time you sell Finger, it's $2. And by the time you buy Railtown, it's 40 cents. You can buy 5 shares of Railtown for each share of Finger that you own. And Tony De Niro can challenge me on this, but it's just a like you make a bet over under type thing. I'm not predicting, but I bet that Railtown has a better chance of going to $5 first than Finger Motion. If that's correct, Landon, right now you can turn 1 share of Finger Motion into 5 shares of Railtown. If I'm correct and you want to trade out, you could trade out of Railtown at 5 shares of Railtown for $5 and turn around and buy Finger. Maybe Finger by that time would be trading at $5. But guess what? You'd have 5 shares of Railtown instead of 1 share of Finger. You could turn around and sell your 5 shares of Railtown, buy 5 shares of Finger, or split it. What I'm trying to tell you, and you want to focus on your losses, which I get. I do that all my life. But sometimes you got to focus on your gifts, and I think right in front of you is a gift. You can, if you had listened to me when Finger was 5 and 450 and 4, you would have gotten more money, but you didn't. So why didn't you? Because you thought it was going to squeeze. Well, the trade-off is the bet you were making is I didn't sell it because I think it's going to squeeze, and it cost you money. Bets cost money. Bets cost money. That was your bet. Didn't work. Now at 220, you have to say, am I willing to make that bet some more? And you might be. Maybe Finger Motion is going to go to 100 tomorrow. My guess is it isn't. And Tony will quote me almost verbatim. He'll say, a dubious pontificator said that Finger is going to 100 tomorrow. I didn't say that. I'm trying to convince you that the odds of something big happening to Finger after it's pulled back like this aren't the greatest, but it could still happen. There's no question it still could happen. Because that's great news today. It is fantastic news today. And as it fleshes out over the next weeks, it could be really meaningful for Finger. On the other hand, I'm pointing out to you, it's risky. If it makes you uncomfortable, you don't have to do it. And you certainly don't have to do it with your whole position. But right now, for every share of Finger, you can buy 5 shares of Railtown. And I think in relatively short order, let's say by September, there's a chance. Just to be clear, my target on Railtown is $3.50. That's what I'm calling for. But there's a chance it could go to 5, it could go higher. If you have 5 shares of Railtown and it goes to 5, is that better than having 1 share of Finger Motion that goes to 5 from here? You want me to say it a different way? You have 1 share of Finger Motion right now. You change it into 5 shares of Railtown, and Railtown goes to 350. Let's say it goes to 350. That's 1750. That means Finger Motion would have to go up 8x from here. 8x from here. Which I'm calling for Railtown to go up 10x. So it's not preposterous. But I think, like I say, I think the wind is in the sail. Let me say it differently. If Railtown is ever going to go up 10x in a short period of time, I feel like the time is presently. I felt that way about Finger Motion back January, February, whatever the exact time was. It was about $1.04. I think my instincts were right. It was volatile, but for people that held on, they made money. So I guess, Langdon, I would say to you, in my little example, what's more likely? Is Finger going to go to to $17.50 by September 5th? I pick a date. Or is Railtown going to go to $3.50? Hey, that should be your question. Think about it tonight. Is Finger Motion going to go to $17.50 over the next 90 days? Or is Railtown going to go to $3.50? If you even believe part of what I'm saying, that Railtown is going to go to $3.50, and I think it could be a lot sooner than that, by the way. Right now, you can turn in 1 share of Finger for 5 shares of Railtown. And that 1 share of Finger via 5 shares of Railtown will turn into $17.50. That's one way to do it. Or you just hang on to Finger and bemoan your losses and talk about it being cooked. Or you do half and half. But I'm showing you a way, if you have imaginations, you can swap your Finger, if that's all, you don't have any more money, swap your Finger for 5 shares of Railtown. And ride Railtown to what in effect for Finger is $17, $18, $19, $20 a share. But, it's all short-term trading, so there'll be taxable gains. And you'll make your money in a different stock than Finger. And you run the risk of missing out on Finger squeezing. So you just everything's a trade-off in life. There are costs to not acting. So if you're chasing a squeeze, there are opportunity costs. And you'll find out how big the opportunity costs. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't think I'm wrong. I think you can turn your Finger position into a finger $15, $17. Look, if Railtown goes to $5 by September 1, and you swap your finger, 1 share of finger for 5 shares of Railtown, it's as if finger went to $25. You might miss out on the squeeze of finger. Sure, I don't think so, but sure. So your question is, look, I'm not saying finger can't do very well. I like finger, and I'm not speaking ill of finger. But the question, you can write it on a note, put it under your pillow, and in the morning your brain will give you your answer. Is it more likely that, I don't know how many shares you have. I don't know how many shares you have. Let's say you have 1,000 shares of finger. Is it more likely your 1,000 shares of finger are going to go to 16 grand or 25 grand as is? Or do you think by swapping it for 5,000 shares of Railtown, that Railtown has a better chance of going to $5? I don't know. That's something you gotta think about. I think I've given you my, as Stony Bones would say, I'm giving you I'm promoting it. I don't know. I am trying to get the concept across. I am trying to tell you in front of you, Landon Cole, rather than complaining and feeling like you're cooked. You can take action and make money, I believe. Does it have risk? Yes. Could it turn sour? I don't see how. Could it take longer? Sure. And if that's sour, that's sour. Could you miss out on finger motion squeezing? Have you yet? Anyway. Good luck, Landon. I need to eat, and I get frustrated. I hate you guys losing money. I hate that I lost money. I wish I had more money. If I had a chunk of money, I'd just go buy Railtown, move to I don't know, move to Moscow and wait until I'm rich. I hope you're a little early because I need more funds. Yeah, that'd be great. That'd be great. Look, if I'm early, Darren, I'll be happy because I can talk to you guys longer to try to get our number up. I'm gonna put these numbers in the list I have, but I think we're probably at about looking at it. I bet we're at 1,300,000 to 1,400,000 shares. It's not a lot, but it's nice. It'd be nice, and I think if I ever get something going, I don't know if I will, and I'm sitting next to the man with 3 first names on a first-class flight to London, I can have a Zoom, a YouTube call with you guys, and I can make him yellows because everybody's listening to me and they're not listening to him. I don't know. Thanks, Donna. Hey, there's Mariah. I'm a long-term holder. Good. My money is sprinkled in many places. I'd rather have my money out of the bank, so I'll wait. I mean, no, absolutely. And I would go so far. You probably have experience, I'm guessing. I don't know if I don't mean anything wrong by it, but down in Florida and all the immigration, whatever, But you've probably experienced stories about money and monetary controls and currency risks and all that. And I think what's going on in the Ukraine, I mean, obviously they're testing weapons and seeing what works, but beyond that, I think Germany is collapsing. And I think the British Empire is but the British Empire is like Harry compared to William. It's just a stoned out joke. But they want those assets that Russia has. The banking system is heading to a real crisis, and they need more collateral. They have hypothecated and rehypothecated debt, bonds, and those aren't the same. What I mean is government debt, and then the bond market, corporates and everything, municipals. They've done it. They've also done it with precious metals. They tried to do it with real estate. I'm sure they've done it with mortgages all over again. And they're doing it with stocks. They're just leveraged beyond imagination. I don't think Saturn would be big enough to absorb all the debt they've created in derivatives. So they need new collateral, and they figure Russia is the place they can go get it. There's 100 trillion in calculated wealth, resources in Russia. They want it. It's still very much colonialism and empire and financial theft. It's not just well, I don't know. It might be just one source. It might be more than one. But my point, Maria, is I think you got to get your capital out of Europe. I think anybody who has accounts and serious cash in Europe, there is going to be war in Europe. I think the Ukraine is toast. It's gone. It won't be a country. I think Germany will probably be, or Macron. They're trying to get. The only thing that's kept us out of war is Putin hasn't been baited so far. Because if Putin attacked the United States or certain parts of NATO, Trump would have to attack back. And then that would be beautiful. The banksters would love that. They'd get rich on the government spending and the debt creation. And then at the peace conference, they'd take it all. They would take it all. But you know what? There's not going to be much left if we start launching nuclear weapons. But anyway, no, I didn't see the news on Nix. I bet it's good now that I'm out of it. Let me look at it. No, I don't see any news. What is the news? I didn't see it. Where else can I find it? How about OTC markets? It's not on Yahoo. Yeah, I don't see it. I don't see it. So maybe I screwed up, but I don't see it. They call the wind Mariah. Mariah. I'm like you. My money is invested in damn near everything. We're patiently waiting. I'm not making fun of you. I don't know why I came up with that accent. I see a lot of people impatient. I added 500 shares of Finger. That's nice. I see. Now I agree with this on Finger. See, I don't. People ask me questions on Finger or any stock, and what I don't know in your case, and I can't know, and that's why it's not financial advice. What's your goal? Is it a day trade? Is it a 2-week trade? Is it a 2-year hold? I think Finger definitely has the characteristics of a company you can buy, accumulate, and I personally would trade on the margin when it has spikes. You can sell some and buy it back, buy more back. But I totally agree with Skinny Whale buying some Finger makes sense. But if you're trying to do it, if you're asking me what I think it's going to do over the next week or two, that's a different situation. And so. Have I looked into any silver? Yeah, I have. I have a whole list of them. I got to study more. I have one that I invested in, and when I invested in it, I had 300,000 shares, which represented something like 121,000 ounces of silver in the ground. But now I have 8,500 shares, and it's going to be on the NASDAQ. Sorry, it's going to be on the American, I think. And I would bet that they have, I don't know. I bet they've increased their proven reserves I bet they've increased their proven reserves by at least double, if not triple. But the problem is the crooks got a hold of their shares. And he didn't listen to me when I warned him. But it's a beautiful silver company. I'd like to speak to him before I recommend it to you, because maybe I can get him to give me a interview. I might be able to strike a deal with him where he gives me some shares for an interview, but that's not my goal. It'd be nice. I wouldn't mind it, but my real goal of talking to him first is finding out where his financing stand, because if he's still going to take the shit financing, it's not worth investing in. I'm not going to tell you, Tony, what it's called yet, but I'll make a commitment this week to try to talk to the guy, and then I can tell you. I'm nervous, Tony, because if he's a young guy, and for all I know, he was put there by the shorts. You guys don't think deviously enough. I lived my whole life in a naive blur, and I never think anything ill of anyone and trust everyone and all girls are angels. And then I come here and it turns out I was probably very naive, but then I come into the financial world with you guys anyway. And I found out none of you want to see any bad people anywhere. But as far as I can tell, they're all bad. I don't see anyone, with the exception of, you know, I'm not going to name everybody because there's some people that don't want their name. But I'd say there's a whale that's been trying to fight. I think, I don't know him well enough, but I think he's been honorable. There's 3 or 4 people that 5 maybe, that I trust in this whole space. I'm not going to give you their names because I don't think they'd want you to. Out in the space, names, I was shocked by Jennifer. I thought I would have said I trusted her, but then she came at me with, I'm like, where the hell does that come from? It just makes me think she's part of the shorts. I don't know. I have no idea. But it's weird. In this financial world, I figure every woman I see is a hooker, and every man I see is a robber or a gangster. You guys think everyone is trustworthy. I don't know. It's an odd thing. Odd thing. But anyway, I don't want to give the name because if he's going to continue to do crappy financing, there's plenty of silver stories out there. There are. And I'm hoping very strongly, I'm hoping to be able to offer you guys eventually, a company that you want to invest in, and we'll see. But, and I don't expect it. You don't have to, but we'll see. Imagine if you invested in a company, and I would ask a couple of people to be involved, but imagine if we had our first shareholders meeting, maybe down by Mariah, the skinny whale, or maybe, I don't know, maybe out in Scotland, or just somewhere we have a annual meeting. That'd be fun, wouldn't it? We'd be a community. We would have earned our scars and our trust of each other. And I know I'm not always the easiest on these calls. I know sometimes I get, probably defensive is a good word, but other times I just get angry and impatient, and I can't always tell who's who. But I hope perhaps there's some intent in the fact that I keep going. But I would love it, and I really mean this. I would assume that a lot of you aren't telling me that you own Railtown, but maybe everybody is. But I would love it if I could get this up to some number. We're never going to get to 5 million, but maybe we get to 2 million, or maybe we get to 2.5 million, and maybe, just maybe, it goes to $10. That's a nice pool of money. And as long as you don't give it to the drum major with 3 first names, or the Greek CEO, or one of the endlessly diluting companies, or the next hot fork tongue person that comes along, maybe we can do something with 25 million, Who knows? Um, yeah, I'll try to get. There are some other companies too. Uh, but I'll try to make a list of companies. Let me go. I can't find that news, but well, let me find out where could I find. Let me try Yahoo again. Hmm. I don't have it. I'll just Google Nixie all by itself. I won't use uh, a service. Why is Nixie show 3 cents? Oh, it's showing me a warrant. I see it's the warrant. There, I can see it there. All right, let's read it. And it's 2 hours old. Nixie acquired Next Gen AI's technology assets for $2.25 million in stock. Nixie raised $400,000 through a private stock placement. Nixie entered into an asset purchase agreement on June 3rd to acquire. Yeah, that's okay. That already happened. The acquisition is expected to enhance Nixie's capabilities in software development. That's where Railtown is. Oh, God. I can't read it anymore. It all gets ads on top of it. All gets ads on top of it. Yeah, it got blocked. So, oh, here. Now I can't read it. Everything's behind a paywall, so I can't read the Nixie story. Yahoo doesn't have it yet, at least my service. The news is slightly old. I mean, they already announced it, I think, last week, I think. But it's good. I think it's great. The Nixie story is all about software development and AI. That's where Railtown is. Just how I think about it is it's going to be hard for me if Nixie suddenly goes to $5 and I could have sold it and bought Railtown, but it's my assessment that the odds are Railtown's going to move more quickly than Nixie. Just because it doesn't happen that way doesn't mean my assessment as I'm making an investment decision is wrong. It's just odds and probabilities and, but I think that's great for Nixie. I think that's great news. That's right, Tony. You said it well. Thank you, Tony, for your support. I sometimes feel embarrassed by how I react. I'm certainly not the smooth operator. Smooth operator. Look at Market Watch. Okay. I tried them, I thought, but maybe I didn't. Maybe I didn't. No, I didn't. I did it for one of the other stocks. Yeah, there it is. Thank you, Tony. All right, so this is a good deal. It's a good transaction. They had to issue some stock, but that's all right. Not a lot. So it's supposed to enhance Nixie's capabilities in software development, which is Railtown, of course. Everybody's going to be doing it. And AI technology, and positioning the company to leverage generative AI and machine learning applications to improve efficiency and revenue across various sectors. And they sold, a handful of shares. Now it's blocked again. I think it's good. My hit is on your list. I love it. It's your hit. I lovingly call my portfolio, but she's dating someone else now. It all went. My main squeeze. My main squeeze. Well, that was the reason Tony's so unfair, a little bit of an asshole, making fun of me. But I think I've gotten my digs in back to him. I wasn't pointing out that the stock is going to go to 17 and it's so good you won't. That wasn't what I was doing, arm waving. I was trying, of course, he's not, this is where I don't think he's that smart. I was trying to point out the ironic situation where if Railtown ran to a big number, and I said 3, 5, 17, he quoted it. I don't know if that's exactly what I said, but that's how he quoted it. That if it got up there, it's going to be this perplexing decision because a guy like me is going to want to sell. What's the next thing? Let's go do something else. And what I was trying to say, not the way Tony presented it, hey, it's so good, it's going to go, and you're not going to want to screw him. He's just telling you what he is. He's a carnival barker. But what I'm trying to say is it's going to be a really weird situation where the stock's up there and people are going to be presenting other ideas like the drum major, like the Greek, like the golfer. And everybody's going to get swarming with enthusiasm. But it might just be a situation where we don't want to sell Railtown. That's the weird thing. That's all I meant. But he turns it into this, whatever. I'm tired. I like your main squeeze. At least it's always there for you. Yeah, well, look, as we go forward with this on Railtown, and I'll talk about other things. Right now, I'm just so fun because I guess my thing is with Railtown, you're not going to be able to buy it under 40 cents, under 50 cents, then under 60 cents, then under $1 for very much longer. Then it'll be a question. At $1 or $1.20 or $1.50, $2 even. Then it starts being another question. And maybe Tony DeNaro's repetitive observations come into focus, I guess. He's a man that doesn't impress me with his due diligence on Railtown, just making fun of me. I would say, though, if it gets up in the $2 or even reaches my targets of 350, maybe 5. Look, he's throwing those numbers out there to try to make me look wacky to you the way he frames it. He works for the shorts, I'm telling you. That's how I sense it. A good person wouldn't, if they actually listened to me, they wouldn't interpret what I said that way. I don't think he's a good person, at least toward me. So at 30 cents, I'm just overwhelming you with my conviction on it. At 35 cents, I am too. At 40 cents, I will. I'm not worried at 50 cents or 60 cents, although then it becomes volatile. And then you can't buy as much. And then if it's 60 cents and pulls back to 38 cents, you're going to go, what do I do? Am I smoked? Am I toast? You know, that kind of thing. By buying it down here, that's less likely to happen. But once it gets up at $1 or $2 or $3, I'm open to all sorts of thinking. You know, you always have to be willing to adapt your thoughts about what's ahead. The guy asked me, what's the biggest risk in the story? And I have to say is time. I don't think it risks the numbers, though. I think the numbers are all there. And so it could get tricky. And this is what I was trying to say that Tony twists. Is if this starts to go and it achieves these higher prices, there's going to be a reason it's there. And the odd thing is, when we see that reason, it might be that we're not going to want to sell. And like I probably said, we read it and it might be that good that we don't want to sell it. But he twists it, you know, just to make me look like I don't appreciate it, as you can tell. I really don't appreciate it. But hey, what do you expect for nothing? Rubber biscuits? Yeah, and not to diamond hand. No kidding, not to diamond hand. But Tony, I think it's going to be an interesting question. But I don't know. I'm creating scenarios that may or may not exist. I got this from my friend at my old office, this Morgan Stanley research analyst video. And it just got me thinking all weekend about what I described. There's going to be a wall of capital flooding into AI. And it just got me thinking, you know, just because you know, the last 3 or 4 ideas either fizzled or are on hold, doesn't mean, I guess, Tony, that's one thing venture capitalists do, or, you know, portfolio, small stock portfolios. To get the bang out returns in your report, sometimes you got to let your profits run. And that's where Tony's an amateur. You know, should you have sold your Facebook? It came public at $38. I think it dropped to $21. Should you have sold? And then if it if you didn't sell and it rallied back to 38, went to 40, should you have sold? If it were at $28 and it went to 80, should you have sold? If it went to 150, should you have sold? That's the thing. Lots of times the best thing to do is hold. And I'm just telling you, Railtown might be one of those stocks. Tony wants to make fun of me, make fun of me. But he's a financially, he doesn't know what he's talking about. He can read a report, so can I. I spent years highlighting prospectuses and studying and asking questions. I've heard it all before. I don't need to prove to spaces that I can read a boilerplate clause that this has a going concern and come out looking like I'm smart. And then when stocks go down, then I put it out because I'm such a smart guy. Yeah. That doesn't impress me. Doesn't impress me. $58 and semi-retired. I don't drive semis either. Buy the dips, sell the rips. I hope it runs. Yeah, Tony, I guess partly why I said that the other day, and Tony De Niro changes it. They want you worried. They want you dodging and spending your money because they want to steal your money. Your money has to be in motion to steal it. And you have to be emotional to steal it. This Railtown might be a stock that you don't trade. And Skinny Whale, when she does fully retire, let's say it's 65, 7 years from now, maybe Railtown's one of her core holdings. I don't know. And I have some questions because when I fit it in with my overall market call, my stock market call, remember I'm saying that the stock and did you see that the S&P hit 6,000? I don't see Tony De Niro predicting that the market would even turn back up when it was down in its lows, much less calling for all-time highs. But that's what I see. I see this blow off top. And then I see a crash coming. Does Railtown, how does it survive in that crash? Individual stocks can do well. I expect mining shares and oil and gas and some defensive stocks to do fine. Doesn't mean they won't sell off in the crash, but they'll come back and rebalance. So yeah, it's there's going to be questions, and we'll go from there. The melt up is real. Yeah, I saw a headline. A lot of these red sock boys are sitting on cash, or they're short. They don't know what to do. They don't want to be the last one to buy. They will be. They will be. Let me just see if there's any headline that's... Goldman, this is the biggest short squeeze in years. The market's gone high. Who called it? Not Tony De Niro. Nearly 30-year-old capital gains tax exemptions rules blamed for U.S. housing shortage. Well, they have my house. Melting up without euphoria, the pain trade rolls on. I told you, I called it, but Tony doesn't give me credit for that. Russia to build 8 nuclear power plants in Iran. See, what I think's happening, Iran wants to build nuclear power plants. I wish everyone would stop building nuclear power plants. The planet can't survive it. The animals can't survive it. The plankton can't survive it. Plankton gives 50% of our oxygen. What do you think all that radiation coming out, spewing out of Fukushima every day is doing to our world's plankton? I think you know. The sharks are eating people. There's no plankton to eat anymore. The whales are dying. But anyway, keep building nuclear power. It's absurd. But anyway, they're going to build it. I think the reason why is Iran wants to have oil to sell. The fields are peaking. They don't have endless oil. They'll always be rich in oil compared to the rest of the world. We'll go over that another time. What part of the nation am I from? Yeah, Donald Trump called it. I'll give him that. What part of the nation are you from? Minnesota. I've been to Minnesota. So you say A and pop. I think you drink pop. I moved around all my life. I was born in upstate New York, and people used to laugh when anyone asked where I was from, because I think I added it up. By the time I was 18 or 20, I had lived in a like number of places. Can't remember the numbers now, and I lost a lot of my recollections that I had written down. But I think by the time I was 18, I had lived in 22, 24 places, 25 places, something like that. And moved around a lot. I lived, I never lived anywhere more than 2 years until I bought my house. And I loved my house, loved having the address, that was very good. Anyway, and I lived there a long time, but I traveled a lot while I was in that house. But I never lived anywhere more than 2 years of my life prior to that, and I guess I'm doing that again. Where did I went to, depending on how you count on it, I went to 4 high schools. Maybe it was 3, but I think you count it 4. I graduated very near the top of my class. There was a anyway, it's a long story. There was some cheating going on, even in the honor society. I was president of the honor society. I was shocked I got selected, but I forget exactly where I ended up. I think there would have been a good shot without the cheating and without one woman moving in from Michigan. I would have graduated top of the class. It doesn't matter though. I was right there at the very top, and it's a mixed bag. I didn't know. I didn't have a lot of money. I was working. I didn't have like kids do today. They have all this money to apply to several schools. I didn't have the money to apply to a lot of schools, and I didn't really have anyone helping me. My mother couldn't care less, and I don't know. The schools were different back then. I think it's gotten much narrower now. There's like 5 schools to go to, but I think I could have gotten in to one of the northern schools, but I didn't apply, and I sometimes regret that. I don't think I'd get in now, but back then I think I would have gotten in. I sometimes regret it because I think I might have ended up as an investment banker or something. But I applied to 2 schools. I got into both early acceptance. And I went to my guidance counselor, and she told me one school was a party school and the other was you had to work hard. So I picked the one where you had to work hard. But what was great about it, everybody was smart at that school. So it was a good place to grow. But, for me, it wasn't a party school. And then I got out and found out everybody partied. So I sometimes wondered, if I should have done it differently. But anyway, I got into both early acceptance, chose one. And so I guess, Tony, I was born in upstate New York. Most of my family came from upstate New York. My parents did. But I moved a lot. I West Coast, and my dad taught at the U.S. Naval Academy, and then I think we were here in Arlington, Virginia. St. Thomas More. I went there, St. Thomas More. That's where I think I was when Kennedy was shot. And then we moved to Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, and then back to Chevy Chase, D.C., and that's where I went to Blessed Sacrament. And then we moved to Moscow, USSR. You don't know how lucky you are, boys. Back in the USSR. And then well, anyway, there's some memories there I won't share. And then we came back to Chevy Chase, Maryland, but my parents had split. My mother had gone back to finish a degree or start a degree in school up in Vermont, and met a fella, and anyway, so that's when the troubles probably came a little bit earlier, but the troubles began and lasted a long time. But we were in Chevy Chase, Maryland, and then I guess it was in the summer. I can't remember, but one time I came home, and guess what, kids? We're moving. And so then we moved to Vermont for 2 years. And my dad couldn't find us. And the courts in Vermont sided with the women, and and the whole battle went on and on and on. And then the guy that became my stepfather, we built our own house up there, so I at least learned some things. But the school was good, but it was weird. It was this experimental grading thing. So what grade was that? Ninth grade? Yeah, I guess that was my ninth grade grades. I got straight A's, but they weren't written as A's. They were written as E's, excellent. So when it went into my GPA, they were worthless. So if that had happened, I would have been top of my class too. They're all annoying things. But then who became my stepfather, there was no money in Vermont, and I don't think my mother did any work. I'm trying to remember, but my stepfather did construction as he could and built the firehouse, for example. But it was tough. It was a different economic time. So he took a job, and it took him to Richmond, Virginia. And I guess he was there. I don't remember how it worked out, how it happened, but it was all of a sudden, like everything with my mother, and everything was definite. The change is definite. Each change is definite, and then when you make a new change, that's definite. No. Anyway, so we moved to Richmond, Virginia, and it was actually Chester, Virginia. And I went to a high school called Thomas Dale High School. And that was tough. That was really tough. But I did it. No air conditioning, as I recall. But anyway, middle of that year, my mother moved us. Again, definite. Just a definitive decision. So middle of the school year, I moved to a school in Chesterfield County, and I went there for 2.5 years, and it did well. But it's not always easy moving around, and I envy people who have the same friends and have people help. Anyway, so anyway, that was Virginia. So I don't know where I grew up. I don't know where I'm from. As soon as I graduated, my mother moved again, closer to Virginia. She started a real estate firm. She got a job and started her own real estate firm. Did very well, worked hard, but then she gave that up. She moved to California. While I was at school, I spent 2 summers in Moscow with my dad. She tried to convince me to go spend it at the beach. And I guess she wanted me to have some luck with the chicks, but I'm glad I spent it with my father. And then I came back. I guess the first summer after school, she had moved to outside of DC, an area called near Fair Oaks Mall called oh hell, I can't remember it. It's way the hell out though. I can't remember what it's called right now. Birch? No, it's called I can't remember now. It's way out toward Pleasant Valley Farms was there. Can't remember, but it's way out of DC. And I stayed there. I worked at Clyde's, and I also painted houses with a friend, and then moved into a group house in Arlington, Virginia, and then I without going into details, I was hired by Merrill Lynch for their training program, and lived in DC pretty much for the next. Well, I moved around. I had different places. Had a girlfriend, really, I did. But my jobs were mostly in sort of a 3-block, 4-block. I wouldn't call it a financial district in DC, but I got to know everybody, and then in I forget now what year. I'd say the mid '90s. I moved. A friend of mine asked me to come work with him. He started an investment bank or a venture capital firm or whatever, and I went, and I was there 5 years, I think, 4.5. So I lived in London for 5 years, did a lot of traveling, and then came back, stayed with a girl, and then shortly thereafter, I don't know how long we were there, and then I don't know. I guess I just was coming back and forth from London, and on a Christmas, I was staying at essentially it wasn't really a hotel, but it was like a Airbnb before there was such a thing. I was staying at a nice place for a few months, and I bought a house. I bought a house in DuPont Circle, and it was one of those times I saw an opportunity of what was going to come. It was before anybody really saw it, that people would be living in DC the way they were. And it was great. I got a great price. I was there, loved it. I lived there 23 years. But anyway, I don't own it anymore, and I've lived 2 more places since then. So that's it. I don't know where I'm from, but I just gave you my full answer. I probably feel when I'm with my friends in the Middle East, whether it's in London or somewhere else, I probably feel most at home there. Feel the most normal, but I haven't been out there in a while. So I don't know where I'm from. I don't think I've ever been to Minnesota. I do think Kentucky has more lakes than Minnesota. Something like that. Minnesota is the land of lakes, but I think there's a state with more lakes than Minnesota. But I don't think I've ever been. It'd be kind of cool to go. What was my favorite? I think my favorite was Moscow. But and I had I did have a wonderful, girlfriend from Russia, and I should have gone with her, but work. I would have liked to go back and see what. Anyway, life is full of what you could have done. But I think that was my favorite. And then I would say there's a place I really would like to go back to, and it's outside of Kuala Lumpur. It's Cameron Highlands. It just sticks in my head as a great place. But I was a kid, and then my house. I'm at sea. My house was it was nice, but I'm adaptable. I can move, and I can always make a home anywhere. I haven't been sleeping that well since I lost my house, and that's just, I'm not surprised. Not surprised at all. So I don't know where. I liked London. I liked various countries I visited. But if I had to pick a time that, I don't know if I'd go live in Moscow. I haven't seen it. I might. We shouldn't be at war with Russia. We should not. Russians are so simpatico to Americans. But Hillary lost an election, so she had to bring out the Cold War baggage, and she had to bring out the fear women have of men grabbing them by the, for sexual abuse, to try to be relevant. And so now we have a country they're nearly in World War III with Russia because she lost an election. And we have women that voted against Trump because of her misrepresentation of him. He didn't say that that he grabs them by the bits. He said, basically, I'm young, tall, good looking, famous, the cameras are around, I party, there's parties, everyone's there. It's so it's so exciting. They let me do anything. They let me grab them by the, it's not nice. I'm not saying it's nice what he said, but it's not as terrible as Hillary makes it out. But women who I don't think should have the right to vote anymore, I don't think so. They don't vote with logic. They ooh, he's bad. I'm going to vote for the senile man. Well, now we ended up with 40 million people in this country, and we're losing control of California. And women, the first thing they're going to do is turn to men to protect them. It's unbelievable. The whole thing is unbelievable. But anyway, I started the conversation that way. I don't know where I'd want to live now. I really don't. I liked living here in DC when my dad was alive, and I loved the Washington Post when it was a good newspaper. It's shit now, but I used to love the Washington Post, and I like old line Washington experience. I don't know if it's still around, but I don't know where I'd want to live now. I got into the stock trading business, I guess, when I lived abroad, particularly in it might have happened before we went. I can't quite remember, but I think particularly in Moscow when I was young, we would get the newspapers and the magazines, the International Herald Tribune, it would be late. And, I would read everything. And for a while, I was a Yankees fan because that's all they followed. But I remember following Pan Am stock there, Pan Am, and I followed it every time I got a newspaper. And Dad remembered it. He gave me a little Pan Am plane that was old and run down, but he gave it to me a few years before he died. He must have remembered. And I'm sure I read some books. I probably read everything. I went to it was called the Anglo-American School. And it was an old czarist, I guess, palace. I enjoyed it. It had a library. But I know I read, and I know that's not impressive, but back then, I enjoyed them. But I read every Hardy Boys book in about, I don't know, a short period of time. I was always going to the library, taking them out. I tried Nancy Drew, but it didn't catch. It didn't catch. But then I read other things. I read other things in that library. It wasn't a gigantic library, but and when we lived up in Vermont, there was a library there. I read everything there. Went and took books out all the time. When I went to the school in Vermont, my English teacher, Mrs. Carr, she gave us an assignment to read, I forget how often, one book a month or something, and do a report. I read a book a night, and I did a report every morning. Now, you could say, wow. On the other hand, sounds like a lonely guy, doesn't it? But I read a book a night in that class. And I, did the reports. So I devoured libraries when I was younger. And I'm sure it included financial rags to riches crap. I'm sure it did. So I had an interest in the market. But I didn't take an MBA or study business. I studied economics, which I guess it teaches you how to think, but I don't know. I don't know. I guess it did help me reading the journal and all that. But I got my job. Anyway, I don't want to talk about it. But I got a coveted job at Merrill Lynch, and I went through their training, and that probably was from a professional standpoint one of the best learning trainings experiences I ever had. And then, anyway, there's a whole story. I think that whole career was extremely powerful for me. And sometimes I wish I had just stayed. And now they're just asset gatherers, but I just wish I had stayed and I wouldn't have to deal with all the shills. And you guys were my clients. I had other clients. I do pretty well, but I can make that story longer. The reason I watch is it sounds and feels honest. Yeah, but you never know. You never know. I might be hiding something. I don't know what. I couldn't. I forget. For example, when my dad was dying, it was tough for me, but it was tough for him. He had great fight. I think he would have lived longer, except for stupid operation they did. But my dad is a great man. But I remember when I was going, learning the disappointment of and fighting to keep my house and reaching the end of my powers. I was always used to succeeding at things, and I figured I can make this happen. But and of course I take all responsibility, but there was some real letdowns by people. But anyway, when it happened, it was just a shock beyond I was actually in Madrid, and I called back to the person who was wiring the money, and I had checked with her before I left. I wasn't going to go on the trip. I was meeting a supposed, billionaire guy, or essentially a billionaire guy, and one of my clients, and it was all on this company. Anyway, it wasn't at the end of the day, it wasn't as successful a meeting as it could be. But I felt no choice, because I needed to make the project work, and needed to explore financing. But I wouldn't have gone on the trip, and it's just karma that it got scheduled on a Wednesday evening in Madrid, and I didn't have control over that, and I had to book flights at the last minute. But I called her and said, look, are you going to wire the money? You have to. She said, yeah, I will. I said, you got to do it by Tuesday. It has to be in Monday or Tuesday. She said, I'm doing it. It's all ready. I'll get it done. We'd signed a contract. And so I took my flight Tuesday. I think I left Dulles. Yeah, that's right. I think it was Tuesday, sort of 6 or 7, might have been a little later. Probably it was Virgin, so it was probably 6:30. I landed London in the morning, and I could take a shower there because I had a gold card. So I did that, took a shower. I think I met my friend. I took the tube in, or the express in, and met it a little near the train station there, and then went back out and caught a flight to Madrid. And I landed sort of 3:30, 4:30, 5:30, right at happy hour, and I met the guys. But as I landed, I called back and I said to her, "Oh, so how'd it go? You wired the money? Everything okay?" No, I'm in California. I'm going to do it today. And I said, really? How are you going to do it? What time are the banks open? 9 o'clock. I said, the auction is at, I forget, 11:54 or something. And I called in, I'd called my attorney. I said, can you call the hedge fund guy? I had my friend from Morgan Stanley go down, call nothing I could do from Madrid. So I was on the phone as my house was auctioned, and I think my friend with a little bit of Schadenfreude kept the reporting. He said, "Oh, there's a young woman here. She's really hot. She's got a great blah blah. She's making a bid there, blah 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 bid." So a developer bought my house. He put down $2,000, $2,000, and then anyway. Let's not go through it. I forget why I'm even telling this. Something about being honest. Something about being honest. I can't remember. So I guess I'll leave the story hanging. There's something I was trying to bring that around to. I can't remember. Yeah, I can't remember. But that was just such a, and it gets worse. It got worse later. Just devastating. I guess that's partly why I hate the banks and the hedge funds, but I can't remember. Sounds and feels honest. Was that why I said that? I can't remember. Can't remember. You're a stonemason? When I was, I'm not, of course, but, and I love it. I read did you read that Ken Follett book? Tom the Builder? It's not the greatest book in the world, but it was, what's the name of it? He's building a cathedral. They're all stonemasons. But anyway, one year in high school, I had to work with my stepfather. Well, it went on during the year, but it was in the summer too. It was so hot. But I'd go down into Richmond, and sometimes I'd just be on my own. I just had my own job, but I'd work on these gangs with, I don't mean anything by it, but I was really the only white kid there, and I would be mixing mortar and lifting bricks and hauling. Anyway, I at least for a period of time I helped bricklayers. So. And then my stepfather also did that as well. So I had a little bit of understanding of what you do. It's kind of neat, Tony, that you can build something and you see it. You can be proud of it. Where this financial shit, you can work hard and work hard and work hard and work hard and work hard. You wonder what you did. Well, that's it. One of my friends always laughed when a girl would ask me where I'm from, or someone says, "So where are you from?" I never have an answer. I have absolutely no idea where I'm from. Absolutely no idea. And I think it was. There's times when I think I'd rather have grown up in the North because that's where I was from, my family. But I think I learned some adaptability by having a lot of Southern, I mean, if you call Virginia Southern, I guess it is. Yeah. I don't know. I could have done without some of the racism in the South, but maybe it was up in the North too. I don't know, but there was some. I didn't grow up with racism, and there was. That was learning experience. But you have all the lakes. I'm going to Google it. Which state has the most tornadoes? No, lakes. There it is. Lakes. Oh, Alaska. I don't want Alaska. Well, I guess I'm just totally wrong, but you're not right. Alaska has the most, Wisconsin the next, Minnesota the third. Kentucky's not even on here. So I guess I'm totally wrong. Why did I think Kentucky had so many lakes? Texas doesn't come to mind. This state has more lakes than the rest of the country combined. You don't say what it is. I assume it's Alaska. Alaska. It doesn't say. Anyway, who knows? Croatia. I've never been to Croatia. My friend tells me Croatia is beautiful. And I'd like to go. My dad was posted in Birchko. And he was there, I think, 3 years, 3.5 years. I never visited because I was working. What an idiot. What an idiot. I wish I had. He was also in Papua New Guinea for 2 or 3 years, and I never visited because I was working. I wish I had been. Yeah, my mother worked for Pan Am in Moscow, and I remember always visiting there. And our flights were always Pan Am because that was the government airline. And flying was different then. You had to, well, at least we had to dress up. And Dad would always part my hair. Anyway, it was a different experience back then. Yeah, that's pretty cool, the stone puzzle. I like that idea. I like that idea. I might go until 8 o'clock and then quit. Wow. Michael Jordan is still bloody rich. So this is the Daily Hate. Trump sends Marines into LA riots and threatens to arrest criminal Gavin Newsom, but they're trying to turn it on Trump. What do you let the riots go on? I don't know. I maybe I'm misunderstanding it. Top Trump ally announces shock retirement from Congress after alleged affair ended his marriage. There you go. They're going to make sure that Trump can't pass anything. Damn. We just got to go down this womanist path. We just got to do it. We just got to see it all the way through. So that's why I hope you guys can make some money to be independent. Maybe Bobby Kennedy could win next time. But they're gonna get the House. They're gonna get the House. I don't know why he picked so many people from the House. Like Stefanik and that other guy who went to my school, actually. What's his name? Matt. And then you lose all those seats. I can't remember his name. A University of Michigan scholar from China smuggles pathogens in the United States. You know, are we at war? Donald Trump. They ask her about Greta Thunberg. He says, she's such a strange person. I think she has to go to an anger management class. I need to do that. It's just a funny answer. We got to take our troops out of Germany. Bankers are invincible. Let's see what that says. This is Martin Armstrong. Switzerland-based Credit Suisse Services AG pleaded guilty. It's so funny. I think I want to say pled, but it's pleaded. Pleaded guilty to, it is pleaded guilty to conspiracy to defraud the United States by enabling ultra-wealthy Americans to hide assets in offshore accounts. The agency admitted to hiding over $4 billion from the IRS in at least 475 offshore accounts between 2010 and 2021. As reported by the DOJ, Credit Suisse Services entered into a non-prosecution agreement with the Justice Department's Tax Division and the U.S. Attorney's Office for Eastern District of Virginia in connection with U.S. accounts booked at Credit Suisse AG Singapore. Blah, blah, blah. Credit Suisse openly helped clients conceal assets from the IRS. The Singapore branch was found guilty of a $2.6 billion scheme that ran from 2014 to 2023. The Swiss agency received a slap on the wrist. The bank continued to serve undeclared accounts. This is the game. Big institutions are protected while smaller players are thrown in prison. If the average American failed to file their taxes, missed a deadline, the government penalizes them by seizing up to 100% of the unpaid tax. If the amount unpaid exceeds $65,000, revoke your passport. The banks claim ignorance. The regulators balance fines with cover-ups. The press accepts the payout as punishment. That's the world we're in. That's the world we're in. There was now that I remember it, there was an article I wanted to read to you that I haven't read. I want to read it myself. So let me finish on that. It shouldn't take too long. Shouldn't take too long. This is by Jim Rickards, posted yesterday, or Saturday, I guess, June 7th. And the title of the article is "The Truth About Fort Knox and Gold Leasing. Whatever happened to the Donald Trump and Elon Musk visit to Fort Knox?" You'll recall the buzz from earlier this year. Trump and Musk loudly announced they were going to visit the U.S. bullion depository at Fort Knox, Kentucky, to make sure the U.S. gold was actually there. The press was invited to tag along. Musk claimed that his Doge team was ready to audit the gold bars to see that there were none missing. I had my own views on the announcement, but I certainly agreed this would be the mother of all photo ops. For the record, the U.S. Treasury holds 8,133.5 metric tons of gold in the U.S. reserve position. Slightly less than half of this gold is stored in Fort Knox. The remainder is mostly stored in a secure vault at West Point, New York. The exact location of that vault is classified, although I happen to know where it is. A small amount is held at the Denver Mint for coinage purposes. Legally, the U.S. Treasury owns the gold reserve, but I point out that the U.S. Army actually controls it, since almost all of the gold is stored on two Army bases, Fort Knox and West Point. None of this nuance about storage and location deterred Trump and Musk. In the popular imagination, all of the gold is in Fort Knox. That's where they were headed to. That's where they were headed to prove once and for all that the gold was actually there. Elon Musk planned to live stream the entire visit using his Starlink satellite system. Trump vaguely threatened that if any gold were missing, there would be disastrous consequences for any wrongdoers who removed it. The plot was set, the drama irresistible. As an aside, this is Jim Rickards, I was hoping that Trump and Musk were each reasonably fit and had been lifting some free weights. Gold is heavy. In fact, it's one of the most dense materials in the periodic table of elements, leaving aside radioactive elements like uranium and some of the trace elements. A standard 400 troy ounce bar weighs 27.4 pounds in the English system. I've lifted a few in my visits. I always smile for the camera, but inside it takes a lot of strength to keep the gold bar in the air. I was concerned that Trump or Musk might strain their backs putting on a show for the press. Trump mentioned the proposed visit to Fort Knox in a meeting with French President Emmanuel Macron. He mentioned it to reporters aboard Air Force One. He mentioned his plan again in remarks before the National Governors Association conference and at the Conservative Political Action Committee annual meeting. Then suddenly, the whole story went away. Trump never mentioned it again after February 26. Musk went radio silent on the topic after April 6 and generally cuckoo after that. There was no visit to Fort Knox. There was no announcement about why there would be no visit. It was as if the whole story never happened. It just went away. Now, Elon Musk is leaving his position as head of Doge. That was always in the cards. Musk's appointment was as a temporary government employee. He was always going to leave about now. But why not put on a memorial gold show during his time in office? It simply never happened. The question is why? This is according to Jim Rickards. I'm sure he's been there, so it might help you. On the other hand, I don't know if I believe it. I'm not calling him a liar. Let's answer that with beginning. Let's answer that. The question is why. Let's answer that beginning with the obvious point that the gold is all there. There have been rumors of missing and stolen gold almost from the day the bullion depository was built. Some suggested that European bankers stole the gold in the 1930s. Others said that Rockefeller looted the gold, the Rockefeller clan. The 1964 James Bond film Goldfinger is built around a plot to steal the gold. Hi, I'm Plenty, but of course you are. Plenty O'Toole, named after your father? This speculation makes for good rumor mongering, but in fact, the gold is all present and accounted for. The last public audit was conducted in 1974, back when Skinny Whale wasn't born. But annual audits are done by the U.S. Treasury, although the audits are not made public. So annual audits are made by the U.S. Treasury. We all trust them. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent recently said, quote, "I can tell the American people all the gold is there," unquote. I trust him. Hey, there you go. He said it. If the gold is there, and it is, why do you have to keep saying it is if it is? Then why not go ahead with the visit? It would be a great PR in any event, and it would reassure a skeptical American public. There are two reasons why the visit did not proceed and why you won't hear any more about it. The first one is that the United States government and the Federal Reserve do not want to call attention to gold's role as a monetary asset. I think that's true. The Fed, along with commercial banks, has a monopoly on the money printing press. The Fed has a monopoly on the money printing press. The government has done everything possible to diminish and deny the role of gold as money, beginning with FDR's confiscation of gold from the United States citizen in 1933 and continuing through Nixon's closing of the gold window for foreign trading in 1971. At this point, we have 3 generations of students. That's it. I would think it would be more. Since 1971, who know almost nothing about gold. Gold is not taught in economics classes. That's true. I remember my professor, Mr. Matthews, only mentioning it the once. Gold is not taught in economic classes. Gold is not discussed in economic or Fed policy circles. Younger students don't even know that the U.S. was ever on a gold standard, or that gold once circulated freely as a form of money, usually in quarter-ounce or 8-gram coins. The government has eradicated any memory of gold as money. Why bring it back to life with a high-profile visit to Fort Knox? Yeah, that's it. And that's the big story on gold and silver, by the way. It's all moving to the east. But when the West wakes up, there's going to be a scramble like you can't believe, and the prices are going to go to the moon. Better to just ignore gold if you want to maintain your money monopoly. Of course, gold is a monetary asset. As noted, the United States has 8.133 metric tons. Germany has 3.351 tons. Italy has 2,452 tons. France has 2,437 tons. Russia has 2,333 tons. And China reports that they have 2,292 tons, although they are non-transparent and probably have much more. And I bet Russia does too. Among multilateral institutions, the European Central Bank has 506 tons, and the IMF has 2,814 tons. If all of the members of the euro area, including the ECB, combined their gold holdings, they would have 10,770 tons. All of these holdings should be put in the context of 36,118 tons. All of these holdings should be put in the context of 36,118 tons, which is the amount of combined official gold holdings of every country in the world. It goes US, Germany, Italy, France, Russia, China, Switzerland, India, Japan, Turkey. Why have such large gold holdings persisted for a century or more in some cases? If gold is not if gold is not money. The question answers itself. Gold is a form of money. It's simply the case that the major countries don't want to acknowledge it because they want to maintain their monopoly on paper money. Or they are still acquiring gold and don't want to spike the price of gold. That's what I think is happening. I think China's still buying, Russia's still buying. I don't know about hapless UK and hapless Canada. They don't want to spike the price of gold, at least until they complete their acquisition programs. One of the Marx brothers' classic punchlines was, "Who you gonna believe, me or your own eyes?" When it comes to gold, I believe my own eyes. This is Jim Rickards. Official holdings of 36,118 metric tons of gold bullion tell me all I need to know. In other words, that it is money. The leasing scheme. This is a good article. Thanks for tolerating my reading it. There's another even more insidious reason why Trump and Musk backed off from their Fort Knox visit. Even allowing for the fact that gold is actually in Fort Knox, the deeper question is whether or not that gold is leased. You remember hypothecating? Gold leasing is an established market, but not well understood by non-specialists. Well, on purpose. Even experts in stocks and bonds know little about gold leasing. Basically, it's a way for a gold holder to earn a return. Gold does not pay dividends or interest like stocks and bonds, but you can lease it to a third party and make 2% or so annually in lease payments. Wow, 2%. The party leasing the gold does not back up a truck and take it away. The gold stays in the original vault. Gold leasing is a purely paper transaction. The gold lessor gets the lease payment. The leasee gets what is called a right of rehypothecation. So the country leasing the gold gets the lease payment. The person or entity borrowing the gold gets what's called a right of rehypothecation. Does it sound like a securities entitlement? They get a right of rehypothecation. That means the lessee can lease the same gold to another party. Sound like your securities market? And that party can lease it to a fourth party, and so on. With rehypothecation in play, 1 metric ton of gold could support 100 metric tons of paper gold transactions. At each step in the chain, a party acts like it owns the gold for its own purposes of further leases or sales of quote-unquote unallocated gold. Everyone has price exposure and can make money if the gold price goes up or lose money if the gold price goes down. The same principle applies to gold futures, gold options, gold swaps, gold ETFs, and the entire world of gold derivative transactions. The point is the paper gold world is leveraged 100 to 1 to the physical gold world, starting with the gold at Fort Knox. The danger is obvious. I too like to live dangerously. It's no different than any run on the bank when it comes to bank deposits. If a group of paper gold investors suddenly demand physically delivery, the counterparties have the right to buy gold. The counterparties have to buy gold in the spot market since the leased gold is not in their physical possession. The gold market is liquid, but not liquid enough to support delivery if there were demand for more physical than a small slice of the paper gold market. If the demand were greater than just a small slice of the paper market. A full-scale gold panic could emerge quickly. The spot price of gold would go to $25,000 per ounce before an investor could yell, buy. I take it that someone, possibly Scott Besson, sat down and patiently explained the paper gold reality to Trump and Musk. Once you understand how the market actually works, you can't sleep at night. You quickly back away from putting on a show at Fort Knox. For the masterminds of the paper gold market at JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs, the less that is said about gold, the better. They need to keep the game going. And that's why Trump and Musk won't be showing up at Fort Knox anytime soon. For the rest of us, the solution is simple. Buy gold. All right. I'll come on. I'm gonna sign off on that at 8:13. That's a magical number. Peace, love, and happiness. Peace to everybody in the world, and all my best to each of you. Cheers.